55 seconds. 50 seconds.
Be done by 8.
Cool. 70 designers, 90
Brittany? All right. Thank you all for being here tonight. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Member of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091*.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. I will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Madera. Councilmember Teeter.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Dukes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
And Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion, I need a motion and second to excuse a member not presented. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to excuse.
Okay. Councilmember Ford.
Second.
All right, the motion on the floor is to excuse member not present. I'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter, how do you vote? Thank you.
Okay, it passes 5, 3 no votes, 1 excused absence. All right. Okay, please join me in a moment of silence, followed by a pledge of allegiance, and please keep in your heart for the family, the victims, the children, for the Evergreen school shooting. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move 25-234 to the last item under presentations.
Okay. All right. Okay, I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Councilmember Chacon?
I'd like to make the motion as amended, to adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as amended. Councilmember Douglas.
I'll second that, please.
Okay. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that motion passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, on the public comments, all public comments except for those on public hearing will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular hearing. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons who's registered to speak on multiple items may speak multiple times. Will the clerk call any virtual or in-person speakers, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any virtual speakers tonight. We'll move on to in-person speakers, and the first person that I have up will be Keith Rogers.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Once again, we're here. Same problems, trucks up and down 68th Avenue all weekend long. Nothing's getting done. Also, the speeders on Colorado Boulevard, Albion, and 68th. Again, we don't get any patrol over there. When they do show up, it's an hour and a half to 3 hours, 6 hours later. We've got a nuisance neighbor with constant music in the middle of the night, 6 a.m. on a Saturday or on Sunday morning, blaring music, having a party. No regards, no respect for anybody. Need to find out what we're gonna need to do to get a hold of the landlord and get these people out. I told them on Thursday night to turn their music down, and at 3:30 the next morning, I was over there again. I'm done with these people. They're running a business out of their home. I doubt if they're licensed. I've seen them taking license plates off of one vehicle, take off in another, and then come back with another vehicle. There was one parked across the street and over 2 from me. The lady called in on it because it sat there for 3 days. Nobody knew who this vehicle belongs to. When the officer showed up, tags did not even register to the vehicle. He took the plates and gave it a ticket. I don't know if they towed it or whoever the owner is showed up and drove it off, because it was gone when I got home from work this morning, or tonight. So we need to get more police officers on the job and patrolling this area over there. We are neglected, we're tired, we're gonna start throwing spikes or something out in the street to slow these idiots down. I've got a skid mark that's 2 houses long. Tell me he's doing 25. This is a constant every day. We need to get some cops over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
The next person we have to speak will be Andrew LaCrue.
Thank you. Mayor Douglas, fellow city council members, my name is Andrew LaCrue. I am the district athletic director for Adams 14 High School, as well as the high school athletic director. On Saturday, October 4th, will be our homecoming parade for the school district. After that, we'll follow up to an event at Adams City High School with a car show, as well as a band playing just to have as a festival just for the community at hand. What I come to you today for is to see if the city is willing to support with some funding in providing a stage as well as some audio visual for the band that's playing. Reason to ask this is, we want to make sure this event goes off well and that there's proper sound for this. So by providing this will be a big help for the homecoming festivities, and so everybody can enjoy this event. I've already been in talks with some city employees, and I hope to get in contact with the Cultural Council in the future. That my goal is to grow this event after the parade into something to a more of a community event. And so again, I already spoke to some city employees about that, but I was asked today to come before you to ask for some additional funding to help provide a stage for the band and a better audio visual for them to make this more of a better event for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaCroix. I had one question.
Yes, sir.
What was the amount that the school district was at?
The quote I got back was $3,700 for the stage and audiovisual.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Our next speaker we have is Ruvencia Samuel.
Good evening, Council. I'm here today to speak briefly about 3 specific issues impacting our neighborhood, specifically the Reunion area. Graffiti has now moved to the sidewalks, and our students, families, and neighbors walk to school and walk back home. They deserve to see clean sidewalks without that graffiti and feel safe going to school and coming back home. I urge you to implement a curfew for students or youth under the age of 18 to help combat unsolicited extracurricular activities that they're participating in. Finally, as new hotels are being developed in our area, it's becoming clear that we're missing some key infrastructure to support both visitors and residents. We need restaurants. We need places to eat, not more apartments. We need brunch spots, lunch spots, dinner spots, and something to do. This will offer jobs and foster community. This will also increase the city's revenue, which I know is a key point. This will keep money within the Commerce City area instead of going to Brighton or Denver or Broomfield, their surrounding metro areas. Commerce City residents and council members should govern what is being built and how it's being built and how it affects the current state and future state of Commerce City. Smart growth means meeting the needs of growth for both the current residents and the future residents to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra.
Next to speak, we have June Younger.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is June Younger. I am the Chamber Coordinator for the Commerce City Chamber and a resident. I live at 5409 East 61st Way, Commerce City. I'm here tonight to invite council, staff, and residents to 3 community events the Chamber will be putting on in the next couple of weeks. First, the Commerce City Chamber is joining thousands of other chambers in Colorado and across the nation to host candidate forums for the upcoming city elections. We have been doing forums and meet and greet for candidates and the residents each election cycle since the chamber was founded. And this year, we have decided to do 2 different forums for the voters so that as many people can come out. One in the north part of the city and one in the south. The first will be on Friday, September 26th at Bison Ridge Recreation Center from 5:30 to 8. The second is on Saturday, September 27th at Eagle Point Recreation Center from 10:30 to 1. At each of those, the voters can talk to candidates both beforehand and after the forum. So we encourage all voters to come out to one or both of the forums with their questions and, come and meet the candidates. We want to thank our partners at the League of Women Voters and the Community College of Aurora for being our moderators at this event. And our third event is our annual free electronic recycling event. We have been doing this event since 2021 with our chamber member, 3R Technology Solutions. We take anything that plugs in or runs on batteries. Everything is free to recycle except for televisions and 2 monitors, which will cost $30 due to regulations to recycle them. for the second year in a row, Adams City High School is hosting us as well. So that event is also Saturday, September 27th. So we're going to be very busy that day. The event starts at 9 and lasts until 1. And last year we collected 3 large truckloads of unwanted electronics weighing about 27,000 pounds. So we kept that out of the landfills. So we hope this year we will surpass that goal. And I have left flyers. I think they passed those out for me, but we hope everyone will come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Younger. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker we have is Vanessa Trujillo.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name's Vanessa Trujillo, and I'm a cannabis delivery driver. And I'm here to see if, by chance, you guys would prohibit or allow cannabis delivery in to Commerce City area and potentially out of Commerce City area. I've been delivering for over a year and a half, and we deliver currently to Aurora and Denver, and we've gotten quite a few requests, deliveries we had to cancel that were coming to the Commerce City area. So I was just requesting to see what I need to do, potentially might generate more revenue for us to partnership with dispensaries and them delivering to Aurora and Denver residents as well. So I just wanted to see how that would work, and if you guys, anything else I might need to do, or if you're against it for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
And our last in-person speaker we have is Glenn Murray.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Glenn Murray. 11010 Havana Street is where the farm is. I'm here to talk about several different issues tonight, and that is a police substation is needed in the northern area. It's been on the drawing board, my understanding, at least 5 years. Memories are short, but I guess here about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, this was discussed, voted on, and defeated, and I'm a little bit disappointed. My understanding is this currently, the city is short somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 policemen. I think this is safety is probably, there's no probably to it. Safety is your main responsibility of the residents of the city. And I think that, I know it costs money. And my understanding is too that one little place to save a little money is this council, I guess, since the first of the year, or since this term, has spent somewhere around $58,000 in travel. I understand a little of that is necessity, but a lot of that isn't. So I would really appreciate it if you would consider changing your vote on that and getting a police substation in the northern area. It is needed. The second issue that I'm here to talk about, and I've talked to you here a while back on it, and that is Highway 2. Speed limit's 45 miles an hour. That's a joke. It needs to be increased. The flow of traffic is impeded. People that do the speed limit, which is almost nobody, they impede traffic and almost get run over. That road originally was designed, my understanding was for 65 miles an hour. Please take a hard look at that. Get some policemen out here for safety in the city. And on top of that, get the flow of traffic, because that northern area is growing like all get out. Houses can't be put up fast enough. People are moving in. If you would please address those issues. Thank you.
Mr. Murray, before you walk away, I just wanted to clarify that the police substation was not defeated. It was approved. $25 million was already allocated for the police station in the northern range. That vote was for additional $16 million, and that was approved. But that has to go before 2 votes before that can be approved. So it was to be brought forward to add to the $25 million, not to take it away.
Will $25 million build the substation we're talking about?
Well, that's a good question. $25 million could build a substation, but that's not what I just want to clarify you on, is that it was a notice of council business to actually add 16 point 700-something thousand dollars.
I don't know the specific details. I do know that safety is your primary concern, or should be, and it looks like to me that is an issue that needs to be addressed in the northern area.
And it is being addressed, so I just want to let you know that that was not defeated. Whatever decides the police station, substation is going to go forward with, it's already been approved as far as having a substation.
Okay.
To be determined, so I just letting you know that, so before you walk out of here, you just get, for your understanding, what was approved.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. See what you can do, please.
Appreciate it.
That's all we had for in-person speakers.
All right, thank you. Okay. Members of the public are able to submit written comments online, by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline, and they were incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If a follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, we're gonna recess to the Urban Renewal Authority meeting. Okay, we will now recess to the Urban Renewal Authority meeting. The City Council will reconvene immediately following the URA meeting. Okay, 6:20, we'll now call the meeting to order and ask the secretary, roll call vote, please.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Teeter,
Present.
Commissioner Madera, Commissioner Chacon,
Present.
Commissioner Kim. Here. Commissioner Dukes. Present. Commissioner Ford,
Here.
Commissioner Douglas,
Present.
Commissioner Henson,
She has a conflict this evening and has another meeting to attend.
thank you, Commissioner Amador, and Commissioner Machuga. Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to state for the URA that last month, the school board member was not contacted. I'm not sure if they were contacted for this meeting as well.
Yes, an email did go out last Wednesday when we published out the
Okay.
agendas,
All
sir.
right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
So moved?
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. So we have just the 10 of us here. All right, approval of the minutes, in the motion and second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Thank you. Motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, that passes 10 with 3 excused absences. Okay. Resolution URA 2025-007, 72nd Place of Monaco Street intersection reconstruction project. Do any commissioners have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Ware. Do you know what it's going to look like?
It's going to look better than it does now. It'll be repaved. The Public Works staff will be giving a full presentation, I believe, later this evening on the contract and the details of the contract. But as I understand it, the pavers that are there will be removed. There'll be sidewalk and form work on all sides. Landscaping will be addressed, and it will be repaved with colored concrete or patterned concrete.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Douglas, do you have a question? I have a question for you, Mr. Ware. On this intersection, what exactly are they going to do for that amount of money?
Pardon me?
What is it all in detail for that construction makeup of what they're going to do in the intersection? Because that's over $500,000.
Sure. If I could ask you to defer that question to the Public Works staff who are managing the construction and contract. I'm not that familiar with the details they're
Okay.
undertaking.
Is there anyone from Public Works?
I would defer to discussion under the contract, Mayor, but this is simply for the funding source to allow for that construction activity to go forward, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, need a motion and second to adopt resolution URA 2025-007. Councilmember Teeter,
I move to adopt resolution URA 2025-007.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution URA 2025-007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, passes 10 with 3 excused absences.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the time is 6:24. Seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned. All right, we're going to reconvene to the City Council regular meeting. Notes and council business. I will invite Councilmember Ford to introduce this item.
Thank you. As you heard earlier tonight, many residents have talked to me about Highway 2. Unfortunately, part of our community, a lot of our community believe that it's just a speed trap to ticket people. It is impacting the flow of traffic, and I would be making a motion to increase the speed limit on Highway 2 to 55 miles an hour.
All right. Councilmember Teeter?
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. City Manager Rogers,
Yes, ma'am.
in reading through the safety action plan and the study that was done regarding dangerous areas in Commerce City, one of the roads that it chose as a key road to look at or to do a safety plan for is Highway 2. Is that due to the number of accidents? I mean, I just don't feel comfortable when we're going to have a safety action plan discussion at the end of the meeting and look at the study and then be voting on increasing the speed when we don't have context for this.
So not having the study up in front of me, I think there's probably a culmination of different analytics that went into it: crash data, driver motivation, serious incidents with and/or fatalities. I think with respect to that, it outlines, based off of that data across a number of the various thoroughfares, what potential steps could be taken as far as deploying countermeasures. I would say specifically what you're asking, as well as users on roadways. I think specifically what the motion is asking is to take a more, or to take a finer edge of a review and analysis of that roadway, and to come back to you on whether or not there is a staff recommendation in supporting an increase in speed. That would obviously dovetail with the information that we have and would be presenting tonight with the safety action plan.
Okay, I heard Councilmember Ford say that his motion was to increase the speed to 55. He didn't speak to an analysis or a study. Did I mishear you, Councilmember Ford?
Councilmember Ford?
No, you are correct. What the motion that I made, I just, I've asked several times about Highway 2. We need to get somewhere on it because it was always 55 miles an hour when it was one lane with no shoulders, and now it's 2 lanes. We're putting medians down it, and there are shoulders, and you get run over if you go 45. So if we need to have an analysis, we need to have an analysis, but I still want to push the issue on getting the speed limit increased. That's where I'm at on it.
Okay, and then I just want to, the motion that's in your packet, the motion is a motion to direct the city staff, motion to direct city manager staff to review and determine whether an increase in the posted speed limit on Highway 2 is warranted and would be consistent with the public safety and traffic efficiency and roadway design standards. That was the motion that was in your packet.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Teeter. Oh, I'm sorry, City Manager Zarzaki, did you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing that hasn't been said, I think just clarifying, pursuant to the powers that are established under the city charter, the determination as to whether or not a speed limit is, if there's a speed limit change that's warranted, should be supportable by a study. So my recommendation would be that as the motion is drafted in the council communication, that would be the direction of council as opposed to a legislative action by council via motion to change the speed limit without any study conducted.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
So did we amend this original?
Councilmember Ford, did you want to amend your, would you like
Well,
to?
I really don't want to. I'm going to, because that's the way it needs to be done to keep me from interfering with staff and their duties. But I like it the way I worded it the first time, but I will amend it to follow protocol, if that's acceptable to my second, Mr. Teeter.
And I'll second that, and I do have some more to add to
Okay,
discuss.
go right ahead, Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, back in the past, it was a two-lane highway, 55 mile an hour, and I've been here my whole life. It's the highest I remember. I've been with the fire department, been on numerous calls out there. Most of the calls we've been out there were people that were exceeding the speed limit, and but now we have shoulders on there. Now it's a 4-lane. Now we have a bike path off to the side. It's just a lot safer than it used to be, and I don't know if it's wise to make it entirely 55 all the way. There might be a couple of spots in there we might need to go 55, 45, but it definitely from 80th Avenue to 104th. It looks to me like it should be 55, but that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I remember that two-lane highway, and I remember having to listen about the fatalities that happened when it was a two-lane and the speed was 55. And my recommendation to friends and neighbors was, and our kids riding in cars, was to stay away from Highway 2 because I thought it was very dangerous. I don't mind having a study done at all. I think the highest it should go is 50 personally, but yes, I was really glad to see that highway become 4 lanes with the shoulders and everything, because to me it was extremely dangerous when it was a 2-lane highway with that kind of speed available for people to travel.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Motion and second has been made. I'll repeat the motion. Motion is to direct the city manager and staff to review and to determine whether an increase in the posted speed limit on Highway 2 is warranted and would be consistent with the public safety and traffic efficiency and roadway design standards. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, well, 8 with 1 excused absence, 8-1. All right, up next, protecting residents' ID badge requirement for solicitors. We'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an issue, door-to-door solicitation is the issue that's been brought up to me over a number of my community outreach efforts. And this is an effort to, while we can't all-out ban door-to-door solicitation, this is an effort to increase transparency for public safety, as there's been incidences where folks are knocking on doors and we don't know if they're selling anything at all. Sometimes they're knocking and they're just at the door, not knowing what they're selling, and it creates a sense of fear and not safe environments for a lot of our residents. And so this motion here is to help increase public safety. A vote for this is just around the public safety to start drafting this motion to increase public safety for our residents. So this motion is to direct the city manager and staff to draft an ordinance requiring all door-to-door solicitors operating within Commerce City to display a visible and clearly legible identification badge at all times while soliciting. This ordinance should specify that the identification, and it must include at a minimum the solicitor's name, business or organization they represent, and proof of a valid business license and/or sales tax account. The last part is a modification, not city issue permit. I want to be clear, it's intentional modification, the proof of a valid business license and/or sales tax account. So that is my motion.
Okay. Councilmember Kim.
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Chacon.
I just have a quick question. This is just for businesses, not for organizations. Like if it's an organization talking about elderly care, things like that, that we go to door, this is just for solicitors, or do you want it to also apply to local organizations when they come in the neighborhoods?
Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, the great question. So this would be a part of the ideal is the businesses, but as the ordinance is written, I have talked with the city attorney and city manager. They're going to make sure they carve out specific language about nonprofit organizations, community-based organizations, as well as electoral and activity, but ultimately making sure we're abiding by law of free speech. And so that's a part of the drafting. This first draft, we'll look at it, and if it doesn't meet the criteria, we'll have a conversation about it. But the intent is the businesses are not showing up with the license and not being transparent on what they're selling, and ultimately increasing public safety. That's the intent of it.
Okay, any other discussion? All right. The motion on the floor. Motions on the floor is to direct city manager staff to direct an ordinance requiring to all door-to-door solicitors operating within Commerce City to display visible and clear legible identification badge at all times while soliciting. The ordinance should specify that the identification must include, at the minimum, the solicitor's name and the business as they are presented, with the proof of a valid issued permit. Is that correct?
No, the last part is proof of a valid business license and/or sales tax account.
Okay. So for the future, we need to make sure that what I have in front of me is exactly, otherwise I'm just going to have the person who present this repeat it, but this is what I have on mine, so I'll go ahead and accept what Councilmember Dukes has. So that's a motion. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
All right, that passes as 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, up next, proclamation, hold on. Recognizing the Cultural Council's effort with the Music in the Park event. I'm going to invite Councilmember Douglas to introduce this item.
Yes, knowing how successful our Music in the Park events were this year, I wanted to make sure that we were able to recognize the people who worked on it, not just as a city employee, but the volunteers who are members of the Cultural Council to be recognized. So I'd like to make a motion to request recognition by the City of Commerce City by proclamation in appreciation for the nonprofit known as the Commerce City Cultural Council, members' dedicated, commitment to volunteering and bringing the music in the park events each year to our community.
Okay, what's your motion? Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Okay, the motion on the, okay, any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor, is to request recognition by the City of Commerce City by the proclamation and appreciation for the non-profit known as Commerce City Cultural Council members, dedicated commitment to volunteering and bringing music in the park event each year to our community. Take a roll call vote. I'm sorry, ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. All right. Okay, this is appointing staff to the ARC Board Directors. This is me, Mayor Douglas, to introduce this item. So this was for attending the, man, I can't even talk tonight, sorry about that. I have evergreen, it's kids in my mind, sorry about that. This is a motion to appoint Jason Rogers to the Board of Directors position and Garrett Anderson as a designate alternate. Both appointees will support the ARC function in economic development and land use planning and infrastructure planning. That's my motion. Councilmember Kim?
I'll second that.
This is for Adams County Economic Development for the Aerotropolis. Any discussion? And my motion is to appoint Jason Rogers to the Board of Directors position and Garrett Anders as a designated alternate. Both appointees will support the ARC functions in the economic development, land use planning, and infrastructure planning. I'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Up next is a resolution request in support of South Adams County Fire Department ballot measure. We all received a letter of support from South Adams County Fire District. Over the last couple of years, their funding has dwindled, and they're asking for a resolution from the City Council to help support a 1/2 cent tax increase for fire services in our city. So my motion is to request a resolution in support of South Adams County Fire Department ballot measure for a 1.5 cent tax increase for the fire services in our city. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to second that, but I'd like to make a correction. It's not 1.5, it's a 1/2 cent.
Well, sorry. Yeah, they got
Thank you.
half on here. I apologize. Let me restate that motion. A motion requesting a resolution in support of South Adams County Fire Department ballot measure for a 1/2 cent tax increase for the fire service in our city. Any discussion? Okay. Ask our clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Up next is a memorial bench for Isabella Salas Morales. I'll invite Council Member Chacon to introduce this item.
Yes, I don't know if y'all remember a youth, 18-year-old Isabella Salas Morales was struck and passed away from an unlicensed driver on East 64th Avenue, and the family was asking for a memorial bench. I waited until, because I knew that there was litigation, but city staff has been incredibly diligent about following up with the family and making sure that the benches come to fruition. So I was asking council if they would please help the family in sponsoring a memorial bench for approximately $1,800 and the pad for $2,600 to create the bench for Isabella Salas Morales.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'll second it, please.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. The motion on the floor is to support a memorial bench for Isabella Salas Morales for the amount budgeted for, pardon me?
I think it's the 8,914.68.
Okay. I have a amount on here for $5,000, not to exceed $7,500. Amount budget, City Manager Rogers?
This item was updated this afternoon, Mayor,
Okay.
with the appropriate dollar amount. What we have is amount of the bench approximately 1,800, the pad approximately 2,600 for that to occur.
Okay, so 5,000 is the correct amount then?
Yes, sir. The estimate total around 5,000.
All right. So the request is 5,000, but the amount not to exceed 7,500. We're all done. That's the motion. Oh, yeah, we got a second, yes. Sorry about that. Thank you, sir. Are you ready for
Your
yes.
vote is open.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yes. Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. And the last notice council business items has been moved to administrative council business. Is that right? Mayor Pro Tem Noble? After presentation, sorry. The notice, the last item on notice of council business was moved after presentations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, on the presentation. Appreciate everybody's patience. Senior Commission Annual Presentation. I will invite Sue McGowan, Sue McGowan. Sue McGowan, Senior Commissioner Chair, Senior Commission Chair. Forward to make your presentation. I'm sorry about that, Sue.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. I'm very proud to be here as the chairman of the commission and looking forward to giving you an update on our successes in 2025. Next slide. So I think you already know who we are, but we're a group of volunteers that is here to support our senior residents. We consist of 8 voting members. This year, we had 3 members that resigned for various reasons, but we have added 2 more. 2 new ones, which would be Sue Boyd and George Brooks. George is actually here tonight. We're happy to have him and Sue as our new members. Our mission, the Senior Commission mission, is to advise the City Council, foster greater understanding of senior citizens, encourage greater senior citizen participation in community issues, inform the community of valuable, available services, programs, and resources, and advocate for issues of importance of older adults. The duties are just what the mission says, is to make sure that our seniors are being well taken care of and given the resources that they need. Our goals for 2025, our first goal was the Senior Commission would host the 4th Annual Senior Resource Fair with increased attendees, vendors, activities, and educational content. It was held on June 7th at Eagle Point. Very excited to tell you that we had 130 attendees registered at that event, and that was an increase from the prior year. We partnered with Community Relations and PRG Active Adults to include information on all applicable communication channels. We also collaborated with other organizations. A couple of us actually attended the ACAN event and found additional vendors to support our local senior citizens here in Commerce City. Goal 2, the Senior Commission will host 3 lunch and learn events and advocate for expanded communication with senior residents. Our first one was completed on April 30th. It was a presentation to provide info on reverse mortgages and the benefits and concerns of that. Our second was completed on July 16th. This one was very exciting. It was a presentation by City Staff Jordan Roberts on the ACT program. Before the meeting, he said, "I just hope I get a couple of people who are interested in this program." We ended up with over 20 attendees applying for program assistance. And I've talked to some of those that have been accepted, and they're very, very excited about that program. And if it hadn't been for the Lunch and Learn, those folks would not have known about it. So it was very important for us to get that information out to them. And so I encourage you that if you have other events that need to be taken to the senior population, please let us know so we can help you get that information out. Our third scheduled Lunch and Learn is scheduled for September 24th, this next Wednesday. I'd like to invite all of you to come. Anythink Library will join us to present their online catalog, issue library cards, and share about their library programs and their resources, such as they make free copies for seniors. They'll rent things like snowshoes and different equipment like that. Just things that people, again, are not aware of that are available to them at no cost or very low cost. We will continue to do our Lunch and Learns in 2026 and provide information about nonprofit, low-cost services, and other important information. Our third goal in 2025, the Senior Commission will conduct a service project that contains a social component. One of the things that we learned is that it's very important for our active adults, our senior community, to have social interaction. It's very important to their health, their well-being, and their happiness. So we're having our second annual Dancing Through the Decades scheduled on November 14th at Bison Ridge Recreation Center. We have a limit of 140 because that's what that place will hold. That's our top amount that we can have. It's very exciting, though, because it's a free event. It includes dinner, dancing with a DJ, a photo booth, lots of fun, including line dancing. So singles and couples are invited to attend. And I'd love for you all to attend as well. The next one was partnering with Community Wellbeing on their Nominate a Senior Holiday event. That's going to happen on 12/19/25. The Senior Commission has voted to donate $1,000 of our current budget to help with this event. And this is to help those seniors that don't really have family or a lot of friends, to make them feel appreciated and wanted in the community. Our fourth goal, continue to evaluate needs outlined in the Senior Needs Assessment. We'll partner with Community Wellbeing to help promote each other's projects and events, which we've already done. Advocate more frequently at City Council meetings and follow up on progress of previous recommendations. Invite City Council and other boards and commission members to our Lunch and Learn activities and other events. Publish Senior Needs Assessment for Community. You'll notice a red X there. And the reason for this is that we really feel like we need more accurate data to give you a true assessment of what our seniors need in the community. And I know Susan has brought this forward to you before, that we really need this data to understand what's happening. I will tell you that I attend Bison Ridge daily on their classes, and one of the things that we know is that our senior community are trying to work out, but we've had to turn away 3 to 5 people almost at every class because we don't have the capacity to do that. So that's something that we really need to address going forward. And then the last one is survey the community at Lunch and Learn events, which will continue to ask for their input. Our accomplishments and our continuation. Thus far, as I told you, we are partnering with our new full-time senior navigator, Lisbeth, and community and cultural liaison. The 2 Lunch and Learn events have already taken place. We did participate in the Commerce City Memorial Day Parade and our 4th annual Senior Resource Fair at Eagle Point Recreation Center. Still to come, our Lunch and Learn next week at Bison Ridge with Anythink Library coming. Participation in the Fall Fest. We will have a table there and we'll be giving out candy and working with the community in that event. Dancing Through the Decades, November 14th at Bison Ridge, and the Community Wellbeing Nominate a Senior Holiday event on December 19th. those are our moments. You can see some pictures up there. That was actually at the senior fair. And I want to thank you so much for your support, and hopefully we can continue to work together to help our senior community. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. McGowan. Appreciate that. Council, you have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Great report, Chair McGowan, and I have to say that you all do such a wonderful job doing good and doing good for the seniors. It's really amazing how pulled together all of these events are for a group of volunteers. So for any seniors who might be listening and want to be active, literally active, because you all are very active and want to do good for the community, the Senior Commission is the place to be. And I very much welcome Tina tonight here, and also George at his perhaps first official event.
And Antonia's here too.
Oh, and Antonia's back there. All right.
She's hiding.
Yeah. Good
I
to see
also
her
just
behind Tina.
want to thank especially Susan and Christy for participating with the Senior Commission. They've been very helpful in helping us go forward with this. And we just really appreciate your help.
Well, that's kind of you, but it's you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you all for the work you do in the Senior Commission. It is great to really live into our value quality community for a lifetime and be able to have so many seniors feel a part of a community through the different activities you provide. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for all you do. I actually have a quick question for your needs assessment. Do you survey or can you survey food insecurity or food need for access, whether it's food share and things like that? I hear a lot from senior communities that they still need a lot of that accessibility as well, but we don't kind of know where those populations are, if that helps.
I didn't actually get your whole question, so if you could repeat it a little bit louder.
If you've already done the work for data about food insecurity or accessibility to food, whether it's food share, being able to deliver things like that for elders. I used to do it for a nonprofit here in Commerce City for a really long time, and I know that it's still a need.
We have not. I believe community well-being, though, does have a section or a group of people that are working on food especially, and I'm not sure who that is. Susan, do you know the person that's in charge of that portion of the community well-being?
I don't, but staff definitely can help with this issue, and collecting the data and doing an assessment is very sort of staff-driven activity.
Absolutely. I'm happy to go back to community well-being and
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you for that. So just a point of just process. When it comes to staff liaison on support of the Senior Commission or others, what we would have to do is bring forward a request for appropriation. And in that appropriation, then we would be able to look at a data assessment and or collection thereof, which would then be ran by the actual members of the commission. Our role is very limited and specified to certain levels of support. This doesn't fall under that classification of staff for a number of reasons, given the purview of role and discipline. So in that, this would be an activity that we would help them through the procurement, through the contracting aspect, and then they would have a direct communication and coordination with a vendor or consultant to help them to prepare this analysis and information. In that, there may be a request from that vendor or consultant for data that we may have existing that can then be provided. But just thinking more broadly and more speaking to what they're looking for, that would be the approach.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chacon, did you have some?
Is there any way that we can help in your surveys, maybe at your events, so we can also maybe just get the local community so we can know if they need the help, and then bring in Food of the Rockies, different spaces, so we can make sure that that's still an option, or just a table that they can have for a resource?
Yes, I do want to be careful that we don't cross over with community well-being, because I know they have a specific group that's working on that, and we're trying to work with them. We would be glad to help them in any way we can to do that. but I don't want to overstep, so we need to get a hold of the group and make sure that we're not conflicting.
Thank you both and staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for the excellent presentation. I am so proud to serve with all of you. I wanted to say welcome, George, and get ready to work, because this is definitely a working group. They are great contributors to the well-being of this community, making sure that everyone is included and that no one feels left out or less than. And that is so important to all of our members of the community. So thank you, Tina and Tanya and Chair McGowan, for coming tonight. And thank you for serving as chair this year. I know that's a lot of work, and you have done a spectacular job. So just want to shout out to all of those who aren't here to say thank you for volunteering. And I mean, we have so many members of the community tonight in the audience that participate in the boards and commissions, and it's very special to them. And so I just want you to know how special you all are to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, did you have something else you want to?
Yes. Thank you. City Manager Rogers, could you clarify something for me, please? Did you say that it would be an appropriation on our part and for a consultant to do a needs assessment that the senior commission would then conduct?
That is correct.
And how does that compare to the former senior needs assessment survey that was done by consultants that the city conducted a couple of years ago?
I think that was a city-led effort. If this is something that you are seeking your senior commission to take on as, or if that's a goal that they're seeking to look into additional information or other diverse assessments and needs and to present that back to you, that is a role that you can assign to them. Given that we do not have a senior function outlined within our operations outside of our senior navigator, that's to provide a different level of service to our community as opposed to what you're seeking as more of a policy making and or advisement on future policy making that can then turn into implementation. So yes, if you're seeking a different structure or to refresh that, it can either be a city-led effort or it could be something that you can run through your commission. If you want to run it through your commission, there are very little touch points that staff will have because of the roles that have been defined for staff in support of boards and commissions, generally speaking. And so that's where I was saying that an appropriation, given that there is very limited funds for the senior commission, would have to be addressed so that they can then take those activities forward.
Okay, I'm more than happy to do that. And one of the reasons I think it's important is not that it's coming forward by the Senior Commission, although I appreciate their initiative, but the fact that Commerce City needs a handle on the needs of senior citizens in the community. And just as Councilmember Chacon was pointing out, are there food issues, are there housing issues, et cetera? I know that community well-being is working on that also. So it does seem like an initiative for the city to address. And also, this is for Antonia. I was told that they're going to start doing AI to track information about members at the rec center. So we'll be able to have some idea about how many senior members are actually coming through the coming through the rec centers. So there'll be an understanding of why there are excess people for these classes and ensure that there are more instructors so that seniors aren't being turned away from the rec center. Thank you.
Thank you. And I echo my members here on the efforts the Senior Commission has brought forward this year. Been in the city for over 21 years now. moved in, wasn't a senior, I am a senior now, so I was able to participate in those senior commission and as far as the events. And I want to say that it was well attended. We had a lot of vendors there with great information. And so, and I also was able to talk to some of those vendors as well because of what my needs are. So I just want to thank Chair McGowan for being the chair this year, because it is a lot. It is a lot. And serving on boards, commissions. So I want to thank all commissioners for doing a very well job. I mean, we're a very great job this year. And Councilmember Kim, do you have something?
Test, 1, 2. Just want to say thank you all for what you guys do on the senior commission, you know, and my plan here is I got it written down November 14th to dance through the decades. As a senior myself, I will make a grueling attempt to actually attend that. So, but I appreciate what you guys do all together, Tina, Antonia, Chair. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim, are you over 60?
Do I have to be over 60 to attend one of these?
No, you don't.
Okay, thank you.
Blue hair, though, is important.
Thank you all, appreciate it. All right. Up next, oil and gas monthly update. It will by Melanie Mascanera, Sustainable Manager Forward, for the presentation. You may proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Melody Mascarenas, the Sustainability Manager for Commerce City. Can you not hear me?
Just a little closer to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we need to fix that mic to make it longer.
Okay, is that better now? Thank you. All right. I'm not sure how to get in slideshow view, but we'll just go with this one. So let me see here. Here's the oil and gas update. This is for, excuse me. We have no current applications for oil and gas applications. We have no oil and gas updates currently. ECMC, Adams County has, there are no updates from Adams County on new or existing oil and gas permits. The county is involved in 2 ECMC. That's the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission rulemakings. They're involved with the ongoing PUC pipeline safety rules. We've mentioned those previously at other council meetings. And also the social cost of carbon. And that's tentatively scheduled for September 17th. And that's from our contact at Adams County, Greg Dean. He provides us with that information. CDPHE Air Pollution Control Division public meeting updates. The state Air Pollution Control Division is holding virtual public meetings in September and November on air toxics. Registration for each public meeting is required and can be found under public participation opportunities at this link right there. And if you go to that link, it discusses the meeting. That's the potential permitting program for air toxics. That's September 20th and 24th. And then the emissions control strategies for priority toxic air contaminants, October 22nd and November 8th. These are the environmental exceedance reports from Suncor for the period of June 15th through July 15th. And there were 6 reportable events and 21 exceedances. And some of these were grouped together, these exceedances, on this report. Specifically, June 29th through July 4th, it was an exceedance that was grouped together that we've discussed previously. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, and I'm glad that record about Suncor finally came before us. That occurred in June. It's not your fault. It's because of the way the reporting system works. That is an incredible number of exceedances, 21 exceedances, and 6 reportable incidents during that time period. I think the part that has concerned me and continues to concern me is that we received only 2 notifications across the public notification system. One was for the cyanide, mind you, went into Sand Creek, and the other was for the fact that they were turning one of their plants back on again. But the 3.5 tons of hydrogen sulfide was not ever a public notification during that entire month. I continue to ask why. Why wasn't the public notified? That's the whole purpose of the system. That's why Suncor was fined. That was part of their penalty, was to have a notification system. So I think considering the fact that we have so many residents who live in the vicinity, not to mention this air circulates in the Metro Basin, is that there needs to be some accounting, if possible, either through yourself or perhaps City Manager Rogers can get an accounting of why Suncor did not report out to the community on these 6 reportable incidents and 21 exceedances.
We have monthly meetings with the Air Pollution Control Division now, and they've told us that the cause of this event is under investigation. So we just talked to them earlier today. So we are looking into it, just to let you know. And we are now meeting with them monthly, the Air Pollution Control Division and Adams County, and we just met with them today and discussed this incident.
I appreciate that. That's good. And then in addition to knowing the cause, is understanding why the public wasn't notified when they are required by their settlement to notify the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? Just a question, if your monthly meetings, I know recently Suncor is going to invest $57 million in their facility. Could find out exactly how that's going to affect if they're, when it comes to this exceedancy, and how would that curve what they're doing once the construction, all that's done, and their efforts, how will this curve what you report on every month?
Well, they're doing a flare reroute next year. They're going to shut down for that once it's approved, and I think that's going to improve their process.
Okay.
Is the plan from all that. I can look into it further and provide more information on that. I think we provided a summary of that meeting to the city manager's office a few months back when it did occur.
All right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, as always. Yeah, I had a lot of people reach out to me about the cyanide spill, the one in February, where it seemed very excessive. And so there is definitely a lot of concern about that, and, how Suncor has a presence here and may contribute somewhat to the community but as far as making sure that they are being good neighbors, they don't feel that that's happening. And of course, that has no reflection on you, but just wanted to say it from here at the dais so that people know that we are aware of what's going on and trying our best to make them understand that it's really important, if they're going to be here, that they act as good neighbors. I did have a question on the social cost of carbon petition. Is that something, a petition that was going around? Do you know anything about it?
It was a letter that Adams County wrote to the state on the social cost of carbon, and that was back in July, and asking them to evaluate and address impacts to the public health, safety, et cetera, from oil and gas development. So Adams County wrote a letter on the social cost of carbon, asking for further, for the state to further look into the impacts of that.
And I see that that's scheduled to be turned in on the 17th.
Yes.
So is there any possibility of, has this city signed on as the
No.
city? Or is there any possibility that we can? Does that require a motion or?
I think you'd have to be a partner, a stakeholder, a stakeholder maybe?
I would
I'm
think
not
we're a
positive.
stakeholder.
You have to, similar to the methane rule possibly.
Uh-huh.
I don't know all the details. I could look into it if you like.
Because that's
Get
in
back
2
to you.
days, so I'm
Yeah,
just,
I don't know if you can go and talk at the meeting or if you have to sign up earlier.
but this is through the county and the county commissioners?
This is actually through ECMC, I think, where they send it, Adams
So it's
County.
going to
It went to
CMC?
Energy and Carbon Management.
But it's
Committee.
from the county?
Yes, the
right.
letter was sent from Adams County to ECMC in July on this.
I'll reach out to some of the commissioners and find out. And I guess it's probably too late if there had been any possibility for us to be a part of that. It seems like we don't have enough time to do that now, since today is the 15th and is scheduled to be turned in on the 17th. So,
If I may,
Yes.
Councilmember Douglas, while we may not be able to be an official party to that rulemaking and/or that hearing, there is still the opportunity for public comment to be made. And given that you're at a regular meeting today, under admin council business, you could always make a motion for yourself or anyone else to be assigned to speak on behalf of the council as well as the city as it pertains to that, and reference the letter from Adams County as a baseline for talking points. So there's still an opportunity for engagement from the organization. It may not be with a party status, but there's still opportunity to provide comment, and can utilize that Adams County letter as a foundation in that commentation in a couple of days.
I just saw the one as a rulemaking, but I saw the other one as a petition, and typically with a petition is something that you sign on to, and that's what I was asking about. So I was just really curious about the petition and what that was, so. And if I have time, I will certainly consider signing up for the rulemaking. Those hearings are typically, they last hours throughout the day, and it's very difficult to put aside that time to be able to get on the roster to speak. So I'll consider that, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
I think for that one too, because of the EJ Act, disproportionately impacted community members are also considered stakeholders to be able to comment and be a part of those meetings as well for ECMC. I know that right now, though, there is an air permit public notice for the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division for their draft permit. It opened today until October 15th for the Public Service Company of Colorado Cherokee Station here in Adams County on 6198 Franklin Street, and it's specifically located in a disproportionately impacted community and an environmental justice summary zone. So if we can, especially in summaries, be able to notify the public when they can be able to comment on spaces like that, especially directly impacted communities. I know they also allow video and audio recordings as well for people that can't always make the meetings. I can forward that information to you as well.
Okay, yeah, I've heard about that going on this week, that it was happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, annual crime report. We'll invite Police Chief Gualanola forward to make a presentation. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council. Thank you for letting me be here tonight. I understand prior to my time here, I've been here as the chief for about 2.5 years, and it seems once upon a time this annual crime report came every year, but maybe post-COVID that went away with a lot of other things. So happy to bring it back. We'll just touch on a couple of things. This will be the year from July 1st, 2024 until June 30th, 2025. A couple of things before we get too far into this. The agenda is in the slide, but a couple of things to note. Since this is the first report of this nature, since I've been here, I'm very open to comments, feedback, whatever you would like to see in future reports, whatever you might be missing. Please feel free to let me know, and I'll try to integrate that into next year's report. I'll also note that most of the information contained in this report is from the Colorado Crime Statistics website at coloradocrimestats.state.co.us. These rely on data from National Incident-Based Reporting System. The advantage of pulling information from this site is that we're very easily able to compare ourselves to other entities. The disadvantage of pulling from this site is that there's no guarantee that all the other entities we compare ourselves to enter their data correctly or in the same manner that we do. I'll note when we get into some of the tables and some of the other things that the labels on these tables are all from the state. Those aren't things that Commerce City tracks. And when we get into NIBRS violations, when we talk about NIBRS crimes, those can sometimes be a little bit confusing. They have Part A and Group B offenses. Sometimes those don't always add up. But when we get there, I'll be more than happy to talk through that a little bit. This first slide and the second slide are pretty much the same data set. This first one is alphabetical. This is taken right out of our computer-aided dispatch calls for service. And this just shows the types of calls that we responded to during the year in question. Now, the next one will show them by frequency rather than alphabetical, but I'll point out one thing when we look at these calls. If you look in the middle column, for example, down toward the bottom, you see robbery cold and robbery I/J. It's important to note that the different call types are for different priorities. Cold robbery, something reported a week ago, is far less urgent to the police department, less a priority than the I/J. I/J stands for in progress or just occurred. So that's the reason that some of those are broken down. And the other thing I will mention here is that most of these, not all, but most of these call types are things that people call the dispatch, call the police department to come and deal with. The exception to this, or the biggest exception to this, is traffic stops. This is the same data set sorted by frequency. And you can see in the year in question, we made 13,740 traffic stops. Certainly a lot of those were initiated by officers rather than being calls for service, but certainly we get plenty of calls for service that require us to make a traffic stop as well. As we get into our crime statistics, the top table looks at persons crimes. excuse me. This data is from the Colorado crime statistics. Persons crimes are really crimes where the person is the target of the crime, such as murder or statutory rape, aggravated assault, those sorts of things. And you'll see in the year in question, we recorded 1,195 of these incidents. The table below that is our property crimes. Again, here, the target is some sort of property rather than a person, and you can see these are sorted by quarter with subtotals, and then the total for the year in question was 3,319 of these events. Going into society crimes, these are not person or property per se. These are crimes that are thought of where the victim is society. These include violations like prostitution, weapons violations, things of that nature. In the year in question, we had 422 of those crimes recorded. In the bottom table here, we look at motor vehicle theft. When we look at motor vehicle theft, we really look at it in two different ways. One is how many stolen vehicles did we recover inside our jurisdictional boundaries? And with regard to the total vehicles recovered that were stolen in Commerce City, we recovered 289 during the year in question. The other way we look at this is how many vehicles were in Commerce City that we took stolen reports on. So how many cars were stolen? And in that regard, 410 reports were taken. So while 410 were stolen, we recovered 289, but those are not necessarily the same car, right? Somebody can steal a car and dump it in another location or vice versa. Let me apologize for this slide. I'm not sure what happened here on the upload, but this looks at drug data through the quarters with number of drug reports, number of incidents, and arrestees. When I first looked at this, intuitively it looked rather low to me, which it is, but the reason for that is because Commerce City is a member of the North Metro Task Force. This is a drug task force that is in operation in conjunction with several other agencies in the North Metro area. They deal with drug-related issues, not just in Commerce City, but throughout the area where the task force operates. They also maintain their own records management system and are their own custodian of records. So any of the information that they have with regard to drug reports is not included in this report. Clearance data. This is also pulled from Colorado crime statistics, and I will tell you that most of the time when we look at clearance rates, we try to look at comparable types of crimes. So agency to agency with regard to homicide clearance rates or robbery clearance rates. There's a lot of factors that go into how easy or difficult it is to clear a case. Persons crimes typically have an eyewitness, right? The person in question can tell you a little bit about it. Property crimes, specifically ones that are opportunistic in nature, have significantly less leads. So they're a little bit harder to clear. But overall, and I have a slide coming up where I compare us against some other agencies here in Adams County over different types of rates. But overall, we cleared a total of 1,104 cases. Total cases we had was 4,936, which overall gave us a clearance rate of 28.8%. This next slide looks at race and ethnicity of victims as well as offenders. And again, in the top of each, the red in each of these tables refers to the victim's race. The second column in red is victim ethnicity. And again, these are pulled straight out of the Colorado crime statistics. Moving on to arrest statistics. Here's something I want to point out with the NIBRs. We talk here about arrests for A and B. So when we look at the data collected by the federal government under the incident-based reporting, there are Part A offenses. Now, these are offenses where we record the incident regardless of whether or not an arrest was made. So, for example, the more high-profile cases, a homicide, whether we make an arrest or not, we are going to count that in our Part A offenses. Group B offenses, on the other hand, are lower level offenses where the only time that arrest is recorded or that incident is recorded is if an arrest is made. So, for example, take writing a bad check. We may have several incidents of bad check writing during the year in question, but those will not be reported unless we make an arrest for whoever wrote the bad check. So when we look at overall arrests, it's important to note that the Part A are reported no matter what. Group B offenses are only reported if we make an arrest regarding that. So in the slide above, you can see with our crimes against persons, property, and society, as well as our Group B offenses, the total in the year in question, we made 1,933 arrests. Looking at arrest statistics, the top table looks at all arrestee data by race and ethnicity. The lower table looks at arrestee data by age and gender. And when we look at these, really the only thing that pops out to me on the lower table, if you look at the age and gender, the over 18 and male is by far leading the charge of the people who are arrested during the year. Further arrest statistics, this is just now for our Group B offenses. Those are the ones that are only reported when we make an arrest, but those sorted out to 1,025 arrests over the course of the year. This next slide, there's a lot going on, so I'll try to talk through it. This looks at several different categories of CARTA crime statistics from their websites and compares them year over year. I have 2023, 2024, and 2025 year to date. Compares them to other Adams County law enforcement agencies and compares the frequency of events in raw numbers and clearance rates per each of these jurisdictions. So as a reference in each category, in the pink area there, these are numbers for the entire state. So if you look all the way to the right in 2023, at the top line that says violent crime, and you go over to Colorado, you'll see that there's 31,509 violent crime events that took place in 2023. The clearance rate for those events statewide was 44.6%. And Colorado has 5.7 million people in it, and Commerce City has 1.247% of that population. So just to the right, I extrapolated based on overall population and the population of Commerce City, the number of those types of events that we should expect, our fair share, for lack of a better way to put it, in Commerce City based on population. And you'll see 385 is the number that, based on our population, we should have in that particular group. The furthest column to the right, the difference in events, where it says 196, they are all in red, that denoting that we are surpassing what we would expect our fair share to be by that many. So we would expect 385 events of violent crime in 2023. We actually had 581, which is 196 above where population would denote that we ought to be. The other thing I'll point out in this slide is as we look at our neighbors, we look at Brighton, Northglenn, Thornton, and Adams County, and we can compare the sheer number of events as well as our clearance rates for those events. In those four columns for our neighbors, Brighton, Northglenn, Thornton, and Adams County, what you see denoted in red are instances where, if they're in the event column, we encountered more events than the other agency did. So we were busier in that respect than the other agency. If the clearance rate is in red, that denotes that we have a higher clearance rate, or we are clearing more cases than the other agency. Now, you would typically suspect that for for municipalities that have a smaller population than we do, they are naturally, we suspect, would have fewer events, whereas municipalities or entities that have a larger population than Commerce City would likely have more of those events. But you can see with the smattering of data here that's in red, in many, many cases, we have far more of the event in question, and as far as clearance rates go, we are on par. As I look at this, there are some pros, there are some cons, but on balance, given the frequency that we encounter these events, I'd say we're doing quite well. With regard to the similar set of data on the next this chart looks at the frequency of events compared to the population of each jurisdiction. So again, we have the overall population of Colorado, and really what this does is looks at the population of us, Brighton, North Glen, Thornton, and Adams County, and it looks at the number of events that each place had during the year in question, and it figures sort of a 1 in whatever the chance would be that somebody would be a victim of that type of event. So again, as we go down, the best odds, I guess, for being a victim of event are in blue. Second place is in red. And as you can see, we're at the top tier in all these events, just based on population and sheer number of events. Moving into citations issued for the year. Overall, the police department issued 8,861 citations. These ranged from traffic to criminal to animal-related citations. And I'll just point out on that first and second data set that we saw with regard to CAT events, I'll point out that we made 13,740 traffic stops during the year. Our traffic citations during the year were 4,963. I think this goes a long way to support the notion that we're not just about enforcement, we're about education as well. Not everybody gets a ticket. Sometimes we have to take that action, but that's certainly not always the case, and we're certainly not out there trying to write tickets to generate revenue. Our Flock public safety system. This particular graph is pulled right off of our back end of our website for Flock, and this looks at the total number of gunshots detected. We knew when we put Flock in that we needed to get a good baseline on this issue. I came to council some time ago and asked for money to put this public safety system in a 3.5 square mile area where, based on my research, I found there was a disproportionate amount of gunfire. That system's been online for about a year, and one of the things that concerned me early on and concerns me now is just how many incidents there are here that go unreported by anybody to 911. We knew the number would be higher than we got calls for in AdCom, and it certainly is. You can see the total alerts for the year in question that Flock let us know of gunfire was 528 in this area where it's installed. 123 of these were single gunshots, and 405 of them detected multiple gunshots. I will say that part of this system allows me to go in. When I get alerts, you can go in, or you can go in after the fact, and I can listen to the gunshots in every one of these alerts. So if you extrapolate these out, this essentially, in the area where the Flock public safety system is, translates to about 1.4 incidents every day, or just over 10 incidents of gunfire per week. And I'll talk a little bit more about this here momentarily. Also touch on this from our Flock system. You may or may not recall that the gunshot detection modules are machine learned, so they don't pick up fireworks as gunfire, but they do allow us to track fireworks. So I included this slide. Takes the audio alerts of gunfire out and puts in only the alerts of fireworks, and you'll find that the year in question, there were 6,491 alerts to fireworks in that same area. And obviously most of those are during the latter part of the month of June or the early part of July. So I will apologize. I'll point out one typo on this slide. Where it says all others, the number 296, it should be 294. This goes back to the first two slides of our CAD data. I mistyped this, so I apologize for that. But what we're looking at here is the number of shots fired calls that our officers respond to. Now, if we look at that CAD data from the first two data sets that we looked at, you'll find the cold shots fires calls that we received from AdCom came in at 43. All the other ones came into at 294, and the Flock shots fired calls came in at 194. So that gives us a total of 533, but I'll point out that the Raven gunshot is deployed in less than 4% of the city. And The alerts for that system are currently monitored by supervisors as well as ADCOM when time permits, but we, as yet, do not have any dedicated staff monitoring that system 24/7, so there is clearly a discrepancy between the number of shots fired calls that we receive through Flock and the number of shots fired calls that we responded to. Monitoring of our Flock Raven gunshot detection will be ultimately done in our real-time crime center when it's operational, which should be later this year. That number, the number that Flock shows on their dashboard and the number that we show we responded to in CAD, those will slowly come into parity as we're able to staff our real-time crime center on more of a 24/7 basis, which is still a ways out. So some of those might still be missed, but it's important to note that we are working steadfastly at getting people dedicated and in position to monitor that system as well as several others. A couple of wins to talk about here from our Flock system. Over the course of the year, we recovered 36 stolen vehicles that would not have been recovered without that system alerting us to their presence. We made 33 arrests, and we recovered 11 firearms. 9 of these firearms were associated with officers monitoring the Flock system on their own, getting the alert, responding to wherever the shots were, and engaging people there and safely taking them and their firearm into custody. This chart here refers to NIBIN. NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. As I just pointed out, we have a fair amount of gunfire here, and that's not a surprise. It wasn't a surprise to me. It's not a surprise to some folks who have been employed here for a while. But what's important to me is looking strategically at how we can combat this and how we can impact this in meaningful ways. So as we recover shell casings from different scenes, they are entered into the NIBIN database. If we recover a firearm that's stolen or otherwise, we test fire that here in the Civic Center in our Sallyport, and we recover that shell, and that goes into NIBIN. And what NIBIN does is compares all of these different shell casings, and it's able to tell us that a gun fired in one case or another links to other situations where there are NIBIN hits. What I really want to point out here is, we have an increasing number of NIBIN hits, but the Flock alert that is in the second to furthest right column, these are related to the NIBIN hits that we would not otherwise have without the Flock system. So you see in September 24, we had 11 Flock alerts and a total of 15 NIBIN hits. The Flock system has been highly successful in helping us determine where to look for shell casings. The other thing that I'll note is, as you're no doubt aware, we have 2 canines that are new this year that we brought online, and we made the conscious decision to train them in explosives and gunpowder as well as apprehension. And one of the reasons for doing that is they are awfully busy helping us find spent shell casings so we can recover those, so we can get those into NIBIN. And the hope is that some of these repeat offenders who are using guns throughout multiple areas in the region, that we can link all those together and get those people off the street a little bit sooner. But our NIBIN success has been exacerbated greatly with the use of the Flock system. Power Engage, we brought this online July 5th of 2025. Sorry, no, that's another typo, my apologies. July 5th of 2024, we brought Power Engage online. What this is a survey tool, and when people call police from a cellular phone or on certain phone types, once their interaction with police is done, we get a call back, or they get a call back and they get asked, how was your service with the police department today? There is a lot of functionality to this system that we haven't leveraged yet. Ultimately, this will be able to keep callers informed of the status of their case. So if they're a homeowner who's been a victim of a burglary, When that burglary case is assigned to investigations, this system will automatically let that person know your case has been assigned to detective whoever, and here's their contact information. The reason we have not leveraged that at this point is because we are still in the midst of a records management system changeover from TriTech to Axon RMS. We expect our new records management system to be online in March of next year, at which time we will continue to leverage the rest of this system. But with the survey feedback we get, at the time I wrote this, the rate since inception was 29% of people responded to our surveys. The overall citizen positive satisfaction score was 77%. And what this really allows us to do is close the loop with some of the people who call us, and reminds us that we need to make sure our officers are calling people back, letting them know they were in the area. You may have seen the feedback board that's out here in the police lobby. We also have 2 of them in the police department, and these just scroll feedback from users in this system who decided to answer the survey on a 1 to 5 scale, and then they have an opportunity to type in whatever they want. This is a data snapshot from the back end of our Power Engage platform. The green is positive, the yellow highlights are neutral, and the red ones are the negative feedback that we get. And as you can see, most of the negative feedback that we've encountered using this system is there was no interaction, or no one came, or they didn't tell me what happened. And so we've tracked this, and this has been instrumental. And one of the things that we're working hard to do is make sure that people know that just because you responded to an area for a noise complaint, if you don't let them know that you were there, call them up, close the loop for them, they're going to think that you were never there. So even if you find nothing, please call that reporting party back, unless they say they don't want to call back, and say, hey, I'm here, I'm not finding anything. But if it starts up again, let me know. That really is the lion's share of the negative feedback we get. So for the year in question, our response rate was 30.24%. And our citizen positive satisfaction score, the highest during the period in question was August 2nd, where we got 85.71% of all our responses were positive. During the year in question, the lowest percent was 78.26 of our responses being positive. So we are trying to use this to not just leverage our community engagement, and we'll continue to do that, but to provide meaningful input to our officers on how to better enact with the community to meet their expectations. Drone as first responder, I think we're all familiar with that. For many years, we've used drones, but prior to this year, if you put a drone up in the air for use, you had to keep that drone within visual line of sight. We worked with the FAA to get a waiver so we could fly drones beyond visual line of sight, and we now have several drones on rooftops throughout the city that we can launch and operate remotely from the Civic Center or anywhere else. We received that waiver in May. We had training for our pilots the week of June 30th, and our first day live with our own DFR with our roof-mounted drones was July 4th. We are currently recruiting our real-time crime center technicians. There are 6 civilian positions that will be part of our real-time crime center that will include the Drone as First Responder program. And the real-time crime center launch date is anticipated to be at the end of this year. Talk a little bit briefly about some accomplishments over the year. We've talked about Flock and Power Engage. One of the things we were able to accomplish this year was a goal of mine when I got hired, and realized that despite all our truck traffic, we did not have a commercial motor vehicle inspection unit. We have 5 members trained this year in commercial motor vehicle inspections, so we're no longer beholden to other entities who might want to or might not want to come help us with truck enforcement. We can do that anytime, and we certainly make our resources available to others as well. Draft One, this is an Axon product that's associated with our body-worn cameras. We rolled out Draft One at the tail end of last year. This is the AI-supported report writing function of the body-worn camera. Talked about Drone as First Responder already. Talked a little bit about K9. We have K9 Holland and K9 Delta. Both are up and running. Our emergency operations plan is toward the tail end of being revised. It's in progress. and our CALEA, the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. We have been steadfastly working toward this. We went through a mock assessment and then an actual assessment. And last week, CALEA was in our building for 3 days, looking over all of our operations and our proofs and talking to people to ensure that we do business the way we say we do business. And while I will knock on wood and wait for the official something in writing, what we were told by the on-site folks was that we could anticipate earning our national accreditation this November, 2025, well ahead of the 26 or 27 schedule that we thought it might take. So very pleased with that. And then I already mentioned our RMS system, Axon RMS system is in progress. We're anticipated to go live with that in March of 2026. I'll also mention that we've had great strides in our social media. We continue to try to engage the public in any number of events. We're gearing up for our 3rd annual Costumes with a Cop. Last Wednesday night, I had the privilege of kicking off our 2nd Citizens Police Academy, the first one in over 20 years. We hosted last year. It is underway again this year. It's 10 weeks instead of 8. And we just try to outreach with the community as much as we can, whether it's our North Pole Patrol or our Dia de los Muertos event. We are gearing up for the 3rd one of those that we will be hosting. But whatever the case, we look forward to another year of progress, community engagement, and providing the highest level of public safety possible for everybody who lives in, works, or drives through Commerce City. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I would have a pen and paper ready to jot down anything you would like to see in next year's report, or if there's anything that you really didn't care for, let me know and I can take it out.
All right, thank you, Chief. Before I go to the council here, I was going to ask if we could get an update of their slides, because our slides, some of them kind of coincide with what you have, but I like what you have here, and we don't have that on here, so some of the slides are different than what the chief has.
I think we can double look at that, Mayor. What he read was just the presentation that was pulled off of the posted agenda, so.
Yeah, I have the posted agenda, I'm just letting you know. So, I mean, I appreciate what he has, I just like to have that too, so. Councilmember Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, can you explain why it is important to have the CALEA certification?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Why it's important to have the CALEA?
Yes.
Sure. You know, we live in a, rather contentious time when it comes to law enforcement, right? And it's one thing for me, and I said when I got here, that I've been very impressed by this agency, but I've never met a chief of police who goes into a room and says, yeah, my department, they're all right, right? I mean, everybody says their department's great, and rightly so. You should be a cheerleader for your department. But what I found when I got here was an exceptional group of people who do exceptional work in the environment that they work in. And it's one thing for me to be able to say it, but it's another to have an independent body like CALEA, the National Commission, come in and say, you know what, you are doing great work here. 5% of the law enforcement agencies in the country maintain a CALEA accreditation. So my hope is in November we'll be joining the ranks of those 5%. And it's not just something that's rubber stamped. We did a lot of work with our policies to make sure they were compliant with CALEA. And what CALEA does is looks at leading practices and best practices and says, this is the way in today's environment you need to do policing. And so when our policies come in alignment with CALEA's recommendations and what they require for accreditation, that forces us to do things a little bit differently and a little bit better, but it doesn't stop there. We can't just change our policies. For every policy, for every action that we do, we have to submit a proof. We have to support some kind of evidence to CALEA that shows this is how we do it. So some of the standards include, you know what, how is the chief notified of an internal investigation involving an employee complaint? Or, you know, how are you notified of an officer-involved shooting? So we have to go through and we show them the mechanisms and we provide them with all the ways in which we meet these standards. But that's not even enough. After they get that and they're happy with the proofs and the policy and everything is aligned in leading practices, they send somebody out here. And we went through that process last week. They interview people from the police department in different areas. They interview community members. I believe they spent some time with you, Mayor Douglas. And really what they're trying to get at is there any gap between the rhetoric and the reality here? And in this case, I don't believe there is. There's a public portal on the police website for people to put comments in on how we do, and we follow up with those. So the advantage to me, and what I think one of the big advantages is, it does reassure our folks that, you're in that 5% of the country who does this the best possible way. It's not just me being a cheerleader. You genuinely are doing great work. But in an era where, police and community relations can be somewhat contentious, to me, it's very important to have a third-party entity out there that says, no, you know what? There is contentiousness, but this police department, we've looked at it. We've looked at their policies. We've gone and visited them, and they are doing things in a manner that aligns with best practices, leading practices, and the best possible way they could be done in the industry right now.
So if I want to use an analogy here to say, like, for example, college football terms or even basketball terms, it's like the bottom, you want to be in the top 5% where, like, for example, University of Miami Hurricanes are compared to the bottom 95%, such as the University of Virginia is, correct?
I'm sure there was a Virginia something in there coming, but
There was. I was just kidding.
Would you want to go to an accredited school, or would you not want to go to an accredited
Correct.
school? We'll be accredited. So
That's outstanding too, and it really is. It shows a testament to as far as what you have done as a leader for the police department themselves, for the police department itself. I will also say that, I mean, like I've said this to you, I think 1 billion times already. Your PIO is outstanding. Same with the officers as well, with the exception of Commander Mowry, because I haven't talked to him in a while. But other than that, everyone else is great. Deputy Chief Sater's awesome as well, along with the other commanders. Quickly, can you, NIBIN, can you explain what exactly NIBIN is and what is it used for, or what is it for?
Sure. So NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. So when we recover shell casings, they're examined. And so shell casings can be traced back to specific guns. So as we go from different scenes where we collect shell casings, or other departments collect shell casings who put those casings into NIBIN, they can connect that, oh, you know what, the gun that was used in Commerce City shooting was also the gun that was used in Denver. It was a gun that was used in Lone Tree. And so you can connect all of those different events. And the hope is that, we can compare notes with those other agencies, put together all the information that we have, and really go after, to a higher degree, some of the offenders that are responsible for more of these events. Now, granted, we go after all of them, but connecting those is key. And we can, of course, recover the shell casings, or when we recover firearms, we test fire those. We take the shell casing, and then we enter that into NIBIN as well.
Okay, and then last two questions. The flock data. You identified there was a 528 gunshot detection that did occur. Out of that, would you be able to provide, over the past year since June of this year, would you be able to provide a success rate of actually apprehending somebody who has fired those off?
I'm not, you talking about year to date or the year in question?
The year in question, right? The year that you're presenting regarding the flock data, you identified 528 total gunshots that were detected, whether it was multiple or single. My assumption, and again, this is just an assumption, now please correct me if I'm wrong on this, is I'm assuming that's when officers would, when they hear it, they respond to it. So I'm just wondering, as far as making contact with somebody, what has been the success rate in making contact?
Well, I would point out first that although there were 500 plus incidents, right now we don't have anybody devoted to watching that system all the time and saying, oh, we have one. So our officers, our supervisors have the flock desktop on so they can get those alerts. ADCOM has that on, but there's nothing that requires them, if they're out of their car dealing with something else, some of those get missed. So that will be a function of our real-time crime center. So although we had that many incidents, what we show in CAD in our computer-aided dispatch was we went to 194 of those. So of the 500, a lot of them were not picked up. Now I hope to shore that up and bring those numbers into parity once our real-time crime center is 24/7. But of the 194, we recovered 11 guns. And I guess I really don't have a great answer for you on the success. We made several arrests. We recovered several guns. We've contacted a lot of people. But one of the planned progressive pieces to this whole dynamic is our DFR system. That just came up outside this window. So now that we have our DFR online, we'll be able to ideally get a drone up over those locations very rapidly after those gunshots are detected. Flock says that the gunshots are within 60 seconds and 100 feet of the location they give us. So as we further develop our drone program, being able to get Overwatch in that area straight away will only give us a great deal more successes in that regard. But as far as the actual number of arrests or anything like that, I couldn't tell you which ones are for
And then
cars or
finally,
guns.
before my time is up here as well, regarding the clearance rates that you guys showed with all the different cities that are on there, if I were to compare us to the all of Colorado, I guess my understanding is from in 2025 for violent crime, murder, aggravated assault, robbery, and DV, correct me if I'm wrong here, what I'm seeing is that we are technically over the fair, quote unquote, fair share for what, compared to the rest of Colorado. Is that correct?
Are you clearance rates or number of events?
Clearance rates.
Our clearance rates sort of vary. When I look at that 2025, if you look 2025 year to date, our murder clearance rate was 100%, so we solved everything. In the state, it was 63.83%. So we're certainly outdoing the state in that regard. Robbery, we're under where the state is, as are we in a couple of other categories here. But I don't know that the state is the best barometer, which is why I tried to put in our other Adams County agencies.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for all this information. I'm one of those that need the data. So Colorado's still ranked 10th worst when it comes to human trafficking. And I've mentioned before that I work with missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. We've also passed a proclamation here for missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. I noticed that for missing endangered adult, missing adult, and missing child, there's for endangered adult, it's 27. For missing person adult, it's 109. And for missing person child, it's 41. But for human trafficking, I think 2 slides after that, it only mentions human trafficking and voluntary servitude 1 and human trafficking commercial sex acts 1. But I know that we're actually by one of the worst intersections for that. That's why we're ranked so badly. Is there a way that you can do training? I think it's with MIPA, because I know Commerce City hasn't been registered yet to do the MIPA or OMMIR through June 2026, and they gave me the information in the agency, the training post at coag.gov to be able to do that type of training so that we can kind of be on that alert, just because we're a huge trucking stop, we're a huge trucking space. And I was just recently notified of a cold case in my ward, right along the ward, that the family's trying to reopen they initially went to the state troopers, but it happened the year I was born. So they're interested in coming to Commerce City to see if you have any files to try to be reopening that case. Would you be interested in both the training for OMMIR to kind of follow up on our proclamation, so it's not just a proclamation, but also to kind of correlate issues of missing and murdered, not just Indigenous communities, but how it correlates here with human trafficking?
Can you repeat that last part for me? I'm sorry.
If you'd be interested in doing the training, the OMMIR and MIPA for the 2 MMIR bills that we were able to pass.
I'm certainly open to any training, and we have done, I think last Yeah, it's been maybe a year and a half ago. It might have been at the start of 24. The entire department did do missing, indigenous, endangered training. So our department has had that. I'm certainly open to any training that will help us do our job better. So I'm happy to look at that. And we have an entire training and recruiting unit that helps us put those together.
Thank you. I've been asked a lot about cold cases within my ward in Commerce City, and it's just families wanting to follow up and see what, like that specific instance, it was ruled as a hit and run, but there's been more evidence that that wasn't the case. So how would families be able to help reach or contact you on situations like that?
Well, I would say, depending on the date of the case, I mean, they're welcome to reach out to the, I have a chief of police at c3gov.com is an email. They're welcome to send something there, but I would say that, certainly it will depend on the jurisdiction that has, the entity that has jurisdiction over the events. So I'm happy to be a resource to anybody that I can, but I want to stop short of saying, Commerce City will take any action, because it's hard to say based on the jurisdictional issues or, other considerations on whether or not that's something we could do.
Okay. I just want to make it more than just a proclamation, so there's actually more action in that space. And then my last question, on your comparison side by side, sorry, forgive me, I'm not sure what slide it is. It's annual CCPD update for criminal events and clearance rates. Is there a way that we can also involve traffic deaths as well? I just see so many memorials and so many spaces, but I don't really know the stats when I'm asked about.
And I'm sorry, traffic
deaths within Commerce City?
I would be happy to put that in.
Okay.
Moving forward.
I'll forward all information before my time is up, and I would like to be able to just follow up when it comes to the MIPA training.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Chief, your department, you've got a lot of really good folks. One of the things that I think really resonates with the community is your PIO, the information you're putting out on Facebook. Don't do it here. Those things, I think, give people a perspective of what's going on and that you're out there keeping people safe. With that said, I know No Breaks Brad. I have to mention him. I'm surprised, your numbers on citations would go down if he wasn't on Highway 2. But he's doing a great job as well. One of the things that we hear constantly, whether it's here in the council meetings, which comes up almost every Monday night, and we hear it a lot in the community, and I'm seeing it more and more, is kids on ATVs, dirt bikes, four-wheelers, mini bikes, whatever you want to call it, motorized vehicles, underage driving. It's constant. Matter of fact, I just over the weekend saw a kid going down 104th and Chambers with some little, it looked like a mini bike, dirt bike type of piece of equipment. But we're getting a lot of complaints in all parts of our city. I have noticed, and I've been keeping an eye on Aurora. Aurora right now is going through very similar issues with these motorized vehicles on the streets, on the sidewalks, and they right now are considering fining the parents of these kids for allowing them to be riding these motorized vehicles on the streets and sidewalks. I'd like you to keep an eye on that, and I'd be willing to make a motion to do the same kind of thing, given if that's your recommendation, to be able to stymie some of this behavior. Because, here we sit up here and we're dealing with, some folks would like the opportunity to utilize their golf cart in a neighborhood, but we also have kids that are recklessly driving four-wheelers, mini bikes, all these kind of go-karts, what you name it. And I'd like to make sure that we're keeping those kids safe and also keeping the neighborhoods with some peace. So would you please look at what Aurora is doing? They're going through this right now, and come back with some recommendations on what we can do. Because there is some folks that are in here every council meeting, and they bring this up as an issue in their neighborhood. But I am seeing it myself up north a lot. Other than that, I think you guys are doing a great job, and I really appreciate this report and look forward to what enhancements you make to it for the next time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thanks very much, Chief. Everybody's busy in the department, that's for sure. Could you describe the real-time crime center and the purpose of it and the cost of it?
Yes, the concept of a real-time crime center is not really new, although it's relatively new for a city our size. So we, for example, have our flock system. Part of that system includes a component where we are now actively soliciting businesses to put their cameras onto the flock network so we can monitor cameras around the city. But a real-time crime center will essentially bring together a lot of these different technologies under one roof. So what we have envisioned initially is we have 6 positions for civilian positions, non-sworn, and what the real-time crime center techs will be charged with is a myriad of things, one of which is monitoring those flock systems at all times to make sure that if we get an alert of gunfire, somebody is aware of that if they're not otherwise paying attention. We recently started our Drone as First Responder program, so all of them will be trained in drone operations, and we will launch and operate our DFR program from our real-time crime center. We have, we all wear body-worn cameras. We're required to when we're doing enforcement activities. One of the great features of the new body-worn cameras that have come out is there's a button on this with an officer in the field can push, and it alerts somebody that says, you know what, he would like somebody, it's the watch me button. So it alerts that, you know what, somebody's going to watch this camera remotely and see what's going on. Right now, we don't have any dedicated individuals to be able to do that. So our real-time crime center will be able to do that. And as different events unfold, they're able to utilize drones, utilize flock, remotely monitor other cameras, as well as utilize some of the emerging technology that we're obtaining just with regard to for example, in the flock operating system, we're busy putting floor plans of schools and businesses and apartment complexes into our Flock OS system so that those could be at the touch of a button. But really the purpose of the Real-Time Crime Center is to provide real-time information and intelligence to officers in the field to help them arrive safe and deal with the call in question in the best possible manner. One of the technology functions that we're looking at bringing in would be something similar to, it's called Live 911, or there's a couple of different variations where our real-time crime center techs could actually listen to 911 calls as they come into AdCom and or read a AI-generated transcript of the text of somebody calling 911. A lot of delay in response can be from someone calling dispatch and dispatch getting through all of their information, typing it in, and then they send it to a dispatcher who then reads those notes and starts to assign resources. If we were to utilize this technology, we can get drones up overhead quicker. We can let officers in the field know this call is coming in, and it just closes response times.
Okay, response times, that would be very important to folks, that's for sure. What about rates, crime rates for Commerce City? These were numbers, but they weren't based on population, which would be a crime rate. And if you look online, the crime rate for Commerce City is not great. So what is our perspective? And I think it's important for the city council when we're making decisions about where we deploy funds and efforts in the city. I think that's very crucial. The other aspect is that there are at least 2 websites, if not more, who have the data broken down by parts of the city. So it helps to see where most of the crime is occurring and most of certain types of crime is occurring. Is there a reason why those websites have that? Is that information that's available to us as well that you could provide to us?
A couple of things to that. With regard to the actual crime rates, I made a note. I will be ensured to include that aspect in reports moving forward. It's an oversight or shortcoming on my part, so I apologize there. As far as the information that is provided by some of these other aggregation sites, there are a lot of companies out there who mine that data, who pull that data, and can collate it in any number of ways. It is part of their business plan and how they do things. When we look at data, it's a lot harder for us, especially right now on the system that we're on, to, for example, break down, all right, I'd like to see the crime in Ward 4. I can't go in there right now and run a report. I would have to have my crime analyst hand search most of the calls in the north to separate 3 and 4. So there's a lot of money and technology behind some of these companies that are able to do that. But to your point, the crime rates, certainly leave quite a bit to be desired. And when I took this job 2.5 years ago, I took it for 2 very specific reasons. One of which was to see, as you're all aware, I spent some time growing up here, and I've been in law enforcement for 30 years in the metro area. And one of the 2 reasons that I took this job was to see if I might be able to meaningfully impact those rates. But part of me being able to do that is to get an honest baseline on where we're at. And when we have people who don't call 911, that troubles me a great deal, number one, because I don't think anyone should be so accustomed to criminal events that they're afraid to call 911 or ambivalent to calling 911. But would like to get a good baseline on these events so that we can move to meaningfully impact them. And the ways that we do that are to leverage technology. I can't hire 50 officers tomorrow, even if I could. They're a year out after training. But utilizing drones and utilizing some of the technology through Flock and other systems that is available will really help us narrow the gap, so to speak, in many respects.
Thank you. Mayor, I will want to do another round because I had other questions. Sure. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Thank you. Data. I just appreciate you and your team's level of data analysis. This is one of the reasons why I was really in favor with the police substation and funded it fully. Just hearing you and talk through like the data, you have been thoughtful and your team has been thoughtful about what data to use and what they ask for, so I really appreciate that. As I was listening to the presentation and I'm looking at this question here, I started listing a number of times I had to call CCPD and your response times. I mean, there's a couple times in my neighborhood I called about motorized ATVs, right? And you guys were there, searched the neighborhood to find out if we could find where it started at, and I appreciate that. The other time was, unfortunately, we saw after workout at Eagle Point, I came out and saw some folks doing some illegal activities out front, and again, your team was there within 10 minutes, gave the survey and everything, gave the explanation what happened. And the last time I called was with a solicitor in my neighborhood around, it was a sketchy situation where the person wasn't willing to give a card, an ID, and then when you ask about the delivery of services, they ranged from window washing to bug, inspector. So it was something that was really odd. But again, the consistency that you guys have been coming in and the survey, the responsiveness and the professionalism, I can't thank you all enough. As I think about those times, I also wrestle with something I know our residents wrestle with. And so this is something that just a question in the future around, even myself feeling obligated to call, right? Like, to your point, sometimes like, should I call, should I not? But I know some of our residents would rather post it on like Nextdoor or Facebook rather than call and say, let's have you come out. And the question there is something to wrestle with in the future, like, is there a campaign? I guess the bigger question that answers this conversation here about what's missing is, from a policy perspective, for example, I would love to see in future presentations your expertise saying, here's things we can, as a body, need to think about. I bring up the Facebook and Nextdoor because as I think about these challenges, I'm like, is that something we need to embrace on having a larger campaign about see something, say something, so that we can allocate dollars for more communication for our community to say, please report this. I mean, I've had calls with some folks about open campfires. I'm like, have you called, CCPD? And they're like, should I call, should I not? And it's like, yes, you should. And so that's one piece. The other piece is just, again, your expertise around what's needed. As a policy decision-making body, I am more than happy to, with my colleagues, to take your recommendations and say, here's all the data, here's what we're seeing, here are the trends locally and nationally, and here are some things we need to think about to help you do your job and have your team do your job more efficiently and serve the city, whether it's technology or the command center or whatnot. Those are things I'll love to wrestle with. And I want to encourage all city staff to feel comfortable saying, here's what we see, because at the end of the day, you're doing the day-to-day. And our job is to listen, ask questions, and do research. But I really want city staff to feel comfortable and say, here's what we need, so that we can create policy that help. And of course, we have our outreach, or we talk with residents, and so we can figure out how to match, like, here's what you're saying your needs are, here's what I'm hearing, and figure it out. So I love that in the future of that piece. But the one question I do have is regarding Flock. The data shows that it has been responsive in the south part of our city. Is there conversations or needs to think about how do you expand it to the north part of, or northern range of Commerce City?
I am a big fan of the successes that we have had. I will say that we are, exploring various options to expand that system. Certainly, there's always a cost involved, but we get good returns from it. That is something that we have continued to talk about. We continue to talk with the URA, for example, about putting some cameras in their areas, and we're talking with Flock right now. They have a program called Safe City. I hesitate to mention it because I haven't seen the map overlay of services, nor have I seen the price tag. But basically what they say is we'll give you all of what we offer right now in all the places you want it for a 5-year deal. So we asked them to put something together. I figured it couldn't hurt. Whether that's something that we have within reach is a bit of a different question, I think, but certainly always exploring that and other ways to leverage technology.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yes. First, I'd like to congratulate you on the way you're running the department. You're doing a fine job, and Commerce City's always had a good reputation. And the only people I've had to compare with was Adams County and State Patrol, but and that's from in the past, actually going out and riding with them all night. And I would encourage all of City Council to, it's just a request. That's all you got to do is request it. They'll take you out and show you what they do and what's going on, and you'll get an education that will benefit you for a whole lifetime. But one of the concerns I have is about repeat offenders. It'd be nice if we could track that in your database somehow.
I'm sorry, did you say repeat?
Repeat offenders.
Entirely agree with you, sir. One of the things we have expanded this year from one crime analyst to 2 crime analyst positions, and it's interesting that you mentioned that right now, because I jotted down some notes to discuss with my staff about just the broad use of functions we're going to have for our second crime analyst. And one of the notes that I wrote down was looking to see who the repeat offenders are, who the frequent flyers are, and then as staffing allows, be very surgical, very tactical in our efforts to address people who are causing a disproportionate amount of chaos in our community.
Yeah, recently we had to evaluate, or got the opportunity to evaluate our judge. Well, we'd have no information out there. It'd be nice to have more information. Are we letting people go to where they just keep on offending, and we have no clue. So it would be nice to have that information. And I got to witness one of your early morning raids, and I don't have a clue what the crime was or why the person was wanted, but that's not my alarm. I still got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. But anyway, early morning raid to where I think it was about 3:30, 4 o'clock. I hear this pleasant woman's voice come over the airways saying, "Put your hands up and come outside." But they called him out by name. And then she said it again. And then she said it again. Very pleasant. And I remember the old days when you used to throw the explosive through the picture window and then bash the door down. And so this new method is just much better, and it deals with the mental health aspect of it. And I noticed the drone was constantly going up and down and watching the area. And I noticed after the event was over on how many officers were involved in it, being around the area in case he did try to escape. And the person did finally walk out front, and they put the cuffs on him and took him away very quietly. And I was very impressed with that. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thanks very much. I just wanted to go back to this for a minute, but before I do, you have done a real turnaround in attitude in the police department too. We used to get anonymous emails from officers with complaints long in the past, so I really appreciate that. That makes a lot of difference to know that our officers are happy in their environment and they're happy with their chief, so that's good. So I want to go back to the geographic issues again, because I think that's really important to present to the city council as well. Because the crime, according to the sites, is occurring particularly along main roads like Highway 85, 270, South Commerce City, and so forth. And having our department deployed in the areas where most of the crime is occurring makes perfect sense then, of course. So we're looking at then other areas that don't have as much crime or that same kind of crime, and how do you address those areas, since you probably do deploy more officers in those areas where you know that there's a higher incidence of crime, or are you just guessing?
No, we are not guessing. That is something that we look at very clearly. So, for example, if I took any of our districts that we're divided into 8 districts, 4 in the south and 4 in the north, but those are geographically bounded. We look at the different calls per service and the number of calls that come in. And so we try to balance our deployment based on the number of calls. So some districts might be quite a bit bigger but have fewer calls for service. Some of the smaller districts are smaller because they are very busy. And then when we look to deploy people, as we have more than one district officer on or something of that nature, we certainly focus those in the areas that are hot spots, so to speak.
All right, if we can have some way of integrating geographic information, I think that that would be helpful, so we aren't moving officers into an area that has less crime, and now they're further away from where they need to be. Thank you.
And if I could add, to your question earlier about the real-time crime center, another piece of technology that we are looking at is a software tool called Resource Router. And what that would do is it would import 3 years of historic data for calls for service into their system. And every night, it would run a new algorithm and address the hotspots as they shift around the city, so we could continually deploy on a daily basis where our hotspots are and more actively respond to those in a very timely manner. So that's something that we hope to turn on.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, Chief, for your presentation and an ability to interview with Kalia as well. Spent almost just an hour with them. Could have been another half hour of conversation. Question I had maybe to include next time would be a heat map. They used to have a heat map when this was reported to us between 2011, 2019. We used to have this crime report, and they used to have a heat map of where crime was being, occurring, and as far as response time and all that, because that would really, really help. Because I know, just like Mayor Pro Tem said, a while back, we did have complaints about officers. I think officers have been doing a phenomenal job. We have not been in the news like other of our cities dealing with crime and how they actually chase and pursue people. They ends up making it worse. Along with those pursuits, you see a lot of accidents, the aftermath, and really making things just not good for the citizens who live in those areas. So I do appreciate what you have done so far with the police department and how organized they are and how well informed they are. And I notice police encountering with people either in a retail environment and just seeing how they approach people and how approachable they are when people want to ask questions. They haven't, from the time that I've noticed, push people off. And so I really appreciate that. I know the King Soopers for years had problems up there, and the city has responded by putting a vehicle out there to detour people away. And, they're going about things a lot different, based on those conversations. So they are more responsible in doing their part. So there's less calls to the police department. I appreciate it. Same thing with Walmart. Walmart has upped their security as well. Not that that's going to stop, but I do like the actions our police department has done for our city. So I just want to say thank you very much for what you do, and can continue to make those efforts to make things better. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and just keep up the good work, because you have really turned this department around, and that's to be recognized and commended. Earlier in the evening, there was a resident that, and I've heard this a lot about different places in the north area of town, is the graffiti. Do you have any idea where that's coming from?
Not per se. I haven't looked into that directly. I will say that, I live in the north area of town as well. I did see some graffiti a few weeks ago, but the HOA where I live appeared to get right on it, and it was removed pretty timely.
Okay. Just, this resident had also brought up the possibility of curfew. Is that anything that you think would be effective?
I would have to look at all the incidents a little bit more. I mean, I certainly don't know what times of day the graffiti's being written, and nor do we know who is writing it. There's certainly nothing that I could conclusively conclude right now that that would be written by somebody under 18. I think there are 20-year-olds quite capable of doing that as well.
Yeah, thinking the same thing as well. So, yeah, just something to keep in mind. It's not as crucial as some of these other issues are, but, it does impact our residents. So we used to have a lot more of it in the south at one time, and not seeing that as much. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Chief, I have one more just to ask about the drones, since they can be deployed. Do we have the technology up north then for those to be deployed?
We do.
Okay, because there are a lot, I've seen a more uptick of young kids riding those electric dirt bikes, and they're going pretty fast. So I'm not sure if they're going down toward the speed limit where a car goes and see how fast they can go. If we could maybe look at setting a limit to how fast they could go, where they could ride. So a lot of them are on the sidewalk where people are walking, and people are very unaware that they're coming behind them. They can see them as they approach, but for behind them. And usually it's like 2 or 3 kids just riding around. Some have helmets, some don't. So if someone calls, a drone could be put in the area to actually, when they know if the location, cross streets. So just kind of help me out there. Would make it better for someone calling in for a drone or for a incident with a bike, and then you dispatch a drone. Do you want the cross streets?
Certainly, we could do that. Any time they call, any amount of information is valuable. As far as the different types of vehicles, we did put out an information sheet on, the different types of vehicles and where they can be driven, whether you need a license or not. But I do envision a time where, if our drones aren't on a higher priority call, I would love to. They certainly won't be able to give the speed of some of these vehicles, but it would be nice for particularly some of the repeat offenders. I know there is reports of a yellow four-wheeler in the area of Adams Heights. I would love to have a drone up overhead there, just if nothing else, to follow that individual home so we could knock on the door and have a conversation with that individual. And I think from my perspective, that would be how we would approach that. Now, of course, that requires manpower and some other things, but just the general area across streets is always good. As much information as anybody can give to their dispatcher as possible.
Yeah. All right, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're all done with presentations, and we'll go back to the last item, 25-234, 2020-26 budget follow-up. City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Last Monday, City Council directed staff to reduce the budget by $1 million. I'm obligated to present a balanced budget to the council for the opening of the public hearing on October 20th. As such, what you have found in your council communication is a table that outlines how I'm accomplishing that reduction by $1 million, which will also allow then for finance to take the necessary steps for us to be able to bring that balanced budget to you all. If the council disagrees with the approach, it has 2 decision points before it tonight to choose from. Council can motion to use unassigned general fund balance to cover all of the $1 million reduction list, or remove items from the reduction list which will still be covered by some amount from that unassigned general fund balance. As I and my team have shared, the unassigned general fund balance is at a healthy $24 million after budget ordinance appropriations that have occurred throughout this year, as well as the amount necessary to balance the budget for 2025. An additional $1 million would not be detrimental impact on future use of the unassigned general fund balance. So before you tonight, you have 2 decision points, or if it remains silent, I will continue with incorporating the proposed changes and bringing that balanced budget back to you on October 20th.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers, can you explain what the impacts are with regards to those 4 or 5 items if we were to make that motion to press forward with that?
Great question, Councilmember Kim. As it currently stands, there are no what I would call public-facing operational level of service impacts. For example, you are seeing that we are looking at a reduction of the real-time crime center dollar amount of $237 and $237,200, which is for technology support. We have been able to identify, for instance, a pathway forward to accomplish that this year, which would then allow for us to alleviate those dollars from being requested in 2026. So what you have before you are more internally facing, but does not impact how we are able to do our job day to day in front of the public.
And then also, thank you. And lastly, to clarify, the unassigned general fund balance, that fund balance that sits there, I know there was a question by Councilmember Dukes previously about what is considered a healthy number. My understanding, I think, after talking to you, want to get this clarified again, or just repeated again, is that Council currently does not have a policy or some form of governance to identify exactly what is considered a healthy number in that unassigned general fund balance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so my recommendation would be that I think this is something we'd have to definitely talk about during the retreat when that does come around. But thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I moved this item to this point so that it would follow the crime report because I saw that the real-time control center was one of the items that was being discussed to cut. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to keep it in the program. However, are you now saying, City Manager Rogers, that it's not necessary to keep it because you have identified other funds for 2025 that will cover the same $237,000?
That's our assumption, ma'am, yes, that we've been able to find a collection of funds, both internal and external to the organization, that we may be able to leverage that will allow for us to accomplish that sooner than later. In the event that that does not come to fruition, there is always an opportunity for us to come back and to make a budget appropriation to the council for any shortfall. But right now, we feel confident that we can move forward.
Okay, so then what is the real amount that you're looking for? If you don't need to include that 237,000, what is the actual amount that you're asking to balance the budget?
Right now, ma'am, it's $1 million, and what you have before you is $1 million of what we said. So we're not balancing the budget. What you all have given us direction was to reduce the budget by $1 million.
Okay.
We have accomplished that by what's shown on the council communication. You all can choose to support that or to say we would like to go in a different direction. That different direction, based on the timing of where we're at, is using $1 million from the unassigned general fund balance.
All right, I'm not clear. I want to make certain that the real-time crime center is covered. You, however, said that you have identified other funds for this year, so it doesn't really need to even be on this list.
So this list shows what we believe can be removed from the 2026 budget. We're showing it on this list to accomplish that $1 million. So it being on this list is proving to you all, for in this instance, that we are moving forward with it now because we believe we have the funding now. Hence, showing it in that list accomplishes your direction from last Monday.
However, it does still mean that the real-time crime center is moving forward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, the proposed motion, move to approval of staff recommendation of the budget, reductions for the 2026 budget, and submit the revised 2026 budget to City Council at the October 20, 2025 opening of the public hearing. Councilmember Kim.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Just a comment. City Manager Rogers and your team, thank you for being thoughtful around this direction to look at ways that you can be leaner and be creative. And so I really appreciate it that you guys took this time and effort to dive deeper into this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your vote is open.
All right, thank you. Okay, 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. All right, up next is consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and a vote. Any council member may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and separate vote. Tonight, there are 16 items in the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Councilmember Chacon.
I didn't want to remove, but I wanted to highlight, so I guess to remove to do, the proclamation, Proc 25028. The good neighbor,
Which proclamation?
yeah, so we could do the proclamation
Okay, I was told that no one's here, those departments.
for that one. Oh, okay, then never mind, I take it back.
Sorry.
That is
City Manager
correct.
Rogers.
That is correct, Mayor. Our code enforcement staff is not here today for either of the proclamations, so they would not be here to read or be able to take photos with you and the rest of council.
Never mind. Thank you, though.
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. All right. I would just like to pull item, ordinance 2721. This is an ordinance amending the 2025 budget. This is for the recognition of Derby Planned Area Funding, Urban Renewal Authority, for the amount of $325,000. Okay, need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Ford.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. Will this clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Your vote is, is open.
You gotta read the title, sorry.
Sorry, y'all.
It's okay.
Friends of the Front Range Wildlife Refuges 2025 Harvest Moon sponsorship. A sponsorship request for the VFW District 10 Golf Tournament. Minutes of the September 8th, 2025 special meeting. Ordinance 2694, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the Commerce City Brighton School District Use Tax Fund in the amount of $2,571,320 for the specific jointly used recreation facilities and authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2704, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by recognition of grant funding from Adams County in the amount of $805,750 for multiple parks, recreation, and golf improvements and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2712, an ordinance to amend the commercial lease for Servicios de la Raza in Adams Tower, Floor 5, to reflect new square footage. Ordinance 2713, an ordinance to amend the commercial lease for Benefits in Action in Adams Tower, Floor 5, to reflect new square footage. Ordinance 2714, an ordinance to amend the commercial lease for Family Promise of Greater Denver in Adams Tower, Floor 5, to reflect new square footage. Proclamation declaring October 2025 as Code Enforcement Month in Commerce City, Colorado. Proclamation declaring September 28, 2025 as Good Neighbor Day in Commerce City, Colorado. Resolution 2025-104, a resolution authorizing change order 6 to a construction contract with JHL Constructors LLC for project 2022-18-PW, construction of the East 96th Avenue widening chambers to Tower Road project. Resolution 2025-137, a resolution appointing a member to a designated board and commission of Commerce City. Resolution 2025-145, a resolution authorizing award of a construction contract agreement for the 72nd Place and Monaco Street intersection reconstruction project to Mid-City Corporation. And Resolution 2025-147, a resolution amending council policy number CP3 regarding board and commission attendance requirements. Your vote is open.
Thank you, Brittany. Yeah, it passes 8 yes votes and 1 excused absence. Okay, I pulled this item. It's ordinance 2721, and it's just asking more clarity on this. I know we're asking for $325,000 to be transferred from the URA authority to appropriations with funding within the capital expenditure funds for 72nd and Monaco. And right now, there's $383,504.63 budget for this project, but they need another additional $325,000 transfer from the URA to cover the awarded contract. So just like to know what exactly, for $500,000, is going to be done here in 72nd and Monaco.
Sure, happy to answer that for you, Mayor and City Council. So generally speaking, we're going to be doing drainage improvements at the intersection. We'll be removing the pavers that are a continuous maintenance challenge and just doing some general safety improvements for that intersection.
Okay. Now, I'd say in the past, when we've had these contracts, we've had at least a scope of what the project's going to be in detail with drainage, pictures and all that, just to see exactly what's involved, because when you talk about drainage, we've had drainage in areas fixed, and then maybe later on something comes up, we're dealing with drainage, just to make sure where the drainage is connected to. Is it subterranean drainage? Is it going to be where the water comes in and goes to another area?
Well, so that's a part of this contracting process, is for the expert engineers to design a drainage system that will be the most functional for the intersection.
Okay, so is that going to be subterranean drainage, so down below collectively?
Yet to be determined. It's a part of this contract, sir.
Okay, yeah. All right, well, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Any council members have any questions on this? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you for coming forward and giving us more information on this ordinance. So they're taking, that this is going to include removal of the bricks. And what is going in to replace those bricks? Do you know?
I hate to sound like a broken record, but to be determined with our contractor here that we're looking to bring on board, but something that's more sustainable and is not going to separate over time and require ongoing maintenance.
Okay, so this 500,000, it's, is it a possibility that less will be spent? Because it sounds a lot like a lot of this is up in the air.
I'm sorry, is it a possibility that what?
That less will be spent than 500,000?
I would say that's unlikely given the line items we received in the bid.
Okay. Yeah, it just would really be nice to have a little bit more information. It does seem that $500,000 is quite a bit of money for an intersection, just one intersection, but I don't want to deter it from moving forward either. So I guess if we can't get any more information than that, we'll just have to live with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Roger, do you have anything you want to? So you're reaching for the?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other discussions, need a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2721. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford?
Second.
Okay. I would ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call, please.
Ordinance 2721, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of Derby Plan area funding from the Urban Renewal Authority in the amount of $325,000 for the 72nd Place and Monaco intersection reconstruction project and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Thank you. All right, that passes 8 votes and 1 excused absence. Okay, up next is public hearing. Before that, we're going to take a 7-minute break. Be back at 9, please. Thank you.
You mean like mine and theirs? Well, and Omar's. Oh. Okay, there's a strap. Yep.
All right, thank you for your patience. Appreciate everybody allowing us to take a break there. Okay, up next, public hearing, ordinance PUDA 25-0002, approving the Nexus North at DIA PUD. Tonight's public hearing is on the Nexus North at DIA PUD amendment. We'll remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Colorado Revised Statute. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
And Mayor, just to be clear, that should be the criteria that's in your packet, which is your blue binder on page 4 for the PUD amendment.
All right.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I will now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. And within the 10 minutes, you need to also allow for a rebuttal. I invite the applicant to make their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, city staff, members of the public. My name is Carolyn White with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, and I'm pleased to be here before you tonight representing the applicant, Becknell Industrial. We are proposing a very minor amendment to the existing PUD for Nexus North. And we thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation. We're going to start off by, I'd like to introduce Jake Burks, a representative from Becknell, to give you a little background about the company and about the project. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. I'm just going to go to tonight, we're going to go through introductions of who Becknell is. We're going to go through the PUD itself as well as our proposed site plan that's been developed in conjunction with staff. A little bit of background on the request, what it specifically is, and then the review of the applicable criteria. Becknell was started in Chicago, just outside of the city. We established an office here 2 years ago on the heels of multiple developments within Commerce City, and specifically the Nexus North development. Some of those include some of the names listed up here, GE Appliances for one, Lowe's, Amazon. We were helpful in putting Symbia Logistics into one of the buildings, and we sold a building that is now occupied by Crescent Electric Supply. The slide above shows you some of those name brands, including McLean, that I did not mention before, to our southwest. We have been bullish on this area since coming into the market about 6 years ago. The specific PA3 lot that is shown highlighted above was purchased back in 2022 with a financial partner, and we have since decided to come forward with this application for a 162,000 square foot building that will have, on the next slide, show you a little bit more of our design features as well as some of the facts that we've tried to incorporate in conjunction with staff. So specifically having the truck docks face to the south. So if you can see the site plan on this slide, it will allow for trucks to be facing away from the residential to the north. As well, we've put specific emphasis on having our office and more pedestrian-friendly area on the north side of the building We have noted this is just a conceptual plan, but we will be putting screening along that northern frontage and making sure that we are incorporating pedestrian access, so including a 10-foot pedestrian trail on that north side to connect eventually to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Refuge Trail and connectivity going to the north and to the northwest. Just a little bit more about the site. Since we've owned it since 2022, we have put in water main connections and sewer main connections as part of redundancy into 88th Avenue, just to help with the rest of the park. We can kind of go through a little bit more in our presentation, but all traffic will be directed to the south through the main part of the park. Our traffic compliance letter has shown that we're actually reducing the amount of truck trips overall that are expected when this PUD was approved. So there's a little bit more information in the packet, but overall, looking at not just our development, but the developments around it, truck trips were actually down from what was initially approved with the traffic report for the PUD. And I'll hand it off to Carolyn.
Oh, is that my slides? Okay. All right, thank you. So just want to highlight a couple components of the site design here, but before I do that, I just want to sort of outline exactly what it is we're asking you for here tonight. We are proposing that we amend the existing PUD for Nexus North in two respects. We want to add an allowed use of warehousing and distribution to PA3 that was just shown to you on the map. And we want to propose to eliminate the 100-foot maximum setback for PA3 in that area. Those two things are the only things we're asking to change. Everything else stays the same. Related to that, this slide shows you some of the summaries about the design that we think make those two things minimize the impact. One of the most important things is that very first point that Jake just mentioned, and that has to do with the truck traffic. Last time we were here before you on this project, there was some comment and concern about the potential for truck traffic along 88th Avenue. And as you can see from this graphic that was just shown, there is no access to PA3 from 88th Avenue. The only access you can see there, that's an emergency access. There's also going to be a proposal along with the site plan for extensive landscaping and buffer along the northern property line. And the building has been placed, as also was pointed out, to ensure that all of the trucks will be entering and exiting from the south, and the truck docks will all be to the south. So just to go backwards a little bit here in time, this PUD was originally approved by the city in 2019. I actually worked on it then for a different developer. I was here before you when that PUD was originally approved. It's been amended twice since then to do various minor changes. But at the time, it was proposed that warehousing and distribution, even though that was one of the principal uses and vision for this area, even though that's one of the principal employment sectors within this area around DIA and in the comprehensive plan, it was proposed that it not be included and allowed on that northernmost parcel, PA3, in part because originally it was planned that the immediately adjacent property to the north was going to be residential. That is no longer the case. That property is now going to be open space, and the property to the east is floodplain owned by the city of Commerce City. So for that reason, we are proposing to add that warehousing and distribution use back into PA3 so that all of the planning areas within the office park will all have the same uses. They will all be aligned. It will all be a cohesive single development, and they will be compatible and aligned with the original intent of the Nexus North office park. We also want to remove that maximum front yard setback of 100 feet so that the building can sit further to the south away from that northern property line, still trying to maximize the buffering opportunity and the pedestrian connectivity there. So if you approve this PUD amendment, see that little squiggly line where those 3 R's are in the table there for PA3? That is the primary change that will occur. That means that those 3 uses will be allowed in PA3. In addition, the 100-foot setback, as I just mentioned. So this slide is summarizing the criteria applicable to a PUD amendment like what we're proposing here today. We submitted as part of our application a pretty lengthy narrative going through in great detail all of these criteria, including an analysis of the compliance with the comprehensive plan. So I won't repeat all of that for you here tonight, But I do want to highlight just a couple of these criteria that we think might be of particular interest to you. I also want to mention that the staff report does a pretty thorough job analyzing these criteria, and we are in concurrence with staff's analysis in the staff report. A couple of the criteria that I want to highlight. The first one, talking about consistency with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. That is one of the filters by which you are supposed to judge these types of things. And in that regard, I'd like to point out that this is within the Den Gateway District character area, which specifies a couple of particular land uses that should be primary in this area, including warehousing and distribution, just like is allowed in the rest of the Nexus North development. These proposed changes are also consistent with the economic development framework goals for the airport employment areas. That also includes support for warehousing and distribution. Wholesale trade is one of the city's top economic sectors, and the comp plan does encourage the city to support it as a component of critical employment. There's also a section on public facilities and infrastructure. One of the advantages here is that there already have been constructed by Becknell and its predecessor all of the utilities and infrastructure necessary to serve this parcel. By adding this additional use, it will merely allow for this parcel to be developed consistent with the rest of the office park, which has already been developed and, as Jake just explained to you a moment ago, has actually been wildly successful. All of the buildings are fully occupied, and each of those buildings has generated somewhere between 100 and 200 jobs for the city of Commerce City. One of your requirements is also that the PUD document is consistent with any previously reviewed PUD concept schematic. The concept schematic was reviewed by staff, presented by the Planning Commission, and this is consistent with those prior approvals. And then one of the other goals here, one of the other criteria, addresses a unique situation, confers a substantial benefit, incorporates creative site design, achieves the purposes set out in the PUD zone district section as well or better than if it were not amended, represents an improvement in quality over what could have been accomplished. And what we're suggesting here is one of the great things about a PUD is that it's custom, right? So at the time, it was designed specifically to limit the uses on this parcel to reflect what was around it and to minimize potential impact from those uses. Now that those circumstances have changed, we can continue to customize this PUD and adjust it to reflect the market demand. And that is what we're suggesting that you ought to do tonight. The packet, all of the materials submitted by the applicant demonstrate that the criteria are met. So we ask for your approval of this PUD amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions and discussion.
All right. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So, the north side of 88th now is open space, is that correct?
She's asking.
Sorry, Mayor, Councilor. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were asking that question to me or staff, but yes, that is our understanding, is that it is.
Yeah, well, staff hasn't given their presentation yet.
All
so
right.
Thank you.
Yes. And let's see, one of the places where I see that information is in the staff report on page 2. Within the Buffalo Highlands PUD, designated as passive open space and will not be developed with residential land uses. I can go back to that graphic if you would like. But it doesn't show a bunch of the property to the north.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it
That's
just
why I
shows
have
our property.
questions
It's
on
kind of
it.
hard to see there. That's the best graphic I've got that includes the property to the north and the east.
So none of that space to the north is going to be residential?
That is correct. That is our understanding. That's not my client's development, but the records on file with the city indicate that that area is designated for open space.
And you have no idea how far north that open space is going to be?
I'm sorry, could I ask you to repeat the question? I just didn't hear it very well.
That's all right. I just wondered if you knew, or if is that coming up in the staff presentation?
Yeah, we don't have anything in the presentation that shows it, but I can confirm that the property to the north within that PUD, that planning area is only designated for open space. So the only thing that could be developed there is park space or any other type of passive open space like trails. But there would be no residential development directly to the north.
And so the area that's north of the building, there's not any planned vegetation or anything like that. Are these parking spaces, or what are these shown on?
Yeah, so we
that
have-
slide.
This is the only conceptual site plan that staff has received. We'll get into further details on the design of the site once we get to that stage of the development plan review. But at this point, we're just talking about allowing a specific land use on this property. So we haven't gotten into those details of the site design yet.
And do you have any idea why all of the walkable space and the proposed foliage is in the front of the, is that the front of the building?
Is that a question for the applicant?
Yes.
And the question is, why is,
Yeah, why did you put all the walking space to that side of the building?
well, I might ask my client to assist me on this one here.
Yes, this was part of, as we developed the site plan, it was in conjunction with staff to avoid having any of those trucks facing to the north where there are homes way further, so 2,000 feet away. We just wanted any truck operations to be on the south side going into the rest of the development to not allow for I would say the prettier side of the building is going to be the one facing to the north.
Okay, but actually, it would be affecting the homes that are to the east, northeast, is that correct?
Yeah. There are no homes to the east, northeast. That's,
Well, there were on the other side of the
Oh,
detention pond to the northeast, correct? Didn't I see a slide that
talking
showed
about
homes starting about?
way to the east over there by Tower Road.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how close the homes are to this proposed facility.
I can answer that, Councilmember Douglas. The closest residential home from property line to this planning area is about 950 feet.
Okay. I know my time's over. How much is the football field?
100 yards.
100 yards.
That would be like 3 football
Three
fields.
football fields about.
3 football fields. Okay.
But if I may, Mayor, just on that point, this might be a good time to mention that notwithstanding the fact that it wasn't required because of that distance, there was a significant effort made to conduct some outreach to that adjacent neighborhood and to invite the opportunity for meetings and, information and discussion. And we didn't really receive any feedback or questions in that regard.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I guess my questions are around just making sure I'm clear on why you're here tonight. My first question, what I'm hearing you say is that this PUD was amended originally because you thought there were going to be homes, or it showed that there'll be homes north and there'll be homes on the east side, there's homes north, and then there was going to be some residential on the east side of the property. And so that changed the original PUD. Is that correct?
maybe it didn't change it, but it guided how it was originally approved, right?
Okay.
Warehousing was included as an allowed use on all of the other planning areas, but not that planning area for that reason back in 2019.
Okay, so warehouses are already approved to be there. Looking at the market, originally it was going to have a different surrounding around the warehouse. And so you come in here tonight to ask for that to be redone, so that because the market has changed, now there's possibility to have the warehouse in there to align with everything else that's already around surrounding areas. Is that correct, Kipcha?
I would say, warehousing was always envisioned to be part of this
Warehousing, yeah.
project, right? Just on the other parcels, not on PA3.
Okay.
I could let Jake maybe elaborate a little bit on it, but since they acquired the property, they have sought to market it for the other allowed uses, not warehousing, because that wasn't allowed on PA3.
Oh, sorry, so warehousing is already allowed there, allowed use, but the other allowed uses was taken out because of the market in the past.
So I think maybe to clarify it, so when it was originally approved, that specific planning area was just for more high-intensity warehouse uses,
Okay.
so special manufacturing, a lot of actually warehouse uses if you look at the PUD.
Yeah.
But just the warehousing in general was not allowed, and that was an impediment to being able to get it, I would say, used and developed.
Okay.
So we did try to market it out to wider groups to say, this is allowed, but it is a red flag to have it not be that warehousing general use.
Okay, thank you for the explanation of
Yep.
that. And it is like you said, you feel like this is a minor change because it'll be usable space. The other thing you mentioned is right now in that area, because it does align to our comp plan already, the DIA Gateway District. And then you mentioned something about jobs. You said right now in the whole area is around 200 jobs already?
Each of those buildings, correct me if I'm wrong, each of those buildings generates between 100 and 200 jobs.
Each building
Each
between
building,
100.
and we anticipate that the building to be built in Planning Area 3 would do the same.
Okay, thank you. And then you said you had outreach to the neighbors, and there wasn't any substantial feedback around it, and
I think there was zero feedback.
zero feedback? Okay. Let me see. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you. Thanks for explanation.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. I was noticing on your slide for the DIA Gateway District where it, areas and points of special consideration, tower landfill. Why? Why is that one? Is it concern for traffic? Is it concern for cumulative impacts? It's towards, what slide is it?
One more?
13? Yeah. Area points of special considerations, tower landfill. I was just wondering, why is that an area point of special consideration?
This is a page out of your comp plan.
Oh, so this is for us to just be considerate of like the traffic in that space, the cumulative potential for traffic congestion?
I do not know why you selected that as areas of
staff.
special consideration, but we put this in our presentation to show that this property is within that DIA Gateway District.
Okay.
Hey, Councilmember Chacon, I can add to that.
Please.
It's just mentioned in the comp plan as an area of special consideration within this district, just to make sure that staff and developers are aware that the landfill is there, and that
Okay.
it needs to be considered when there's development going on around it.
Okay. And then back to the slide that we were initially just looking at. Or what slide was it?
The site plan one?
Slide 4.
This one or the overall?
Back.
The overall.
One more.
There you go.
Yeah.
For the houses in that space, so did I hear you correctly that you wanted to connect it to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, like a trail within that space, or what was that?
It was just a multi-use trail that'll go along the north side of the property, providing pedestrian access. It won't be for any kind of commercial vehicles or anything like that. So it's just as part of connectivity. I think that I can't remember the specific master plan, but I know that there is connectivity wanted between Tower Road going north.
Yeah, it's in your walk, bike, fit plan
Yeah.
that says you want a connection there.
Okay. Would you be, so is that open space going to be for like local employees to be able to also walk around, or is it like a trail space that you're considering, or?
So this part of it is initially just meant to be a trail space. And then obviously as we go through design, we'll take into account I know that Commerce City has standards on creating areas for employees and the like, but this is really just to provide the connectivity and align with that bike trail.
Would you be interested to, especially to benefit the local community, maybe a playground or an open trail in that space that could kind of be mutual? Because it's just right at that property line, right at the top. Is that also going to be, so I guess the corner of 88th and Tower, it's so close to those families in that space there, and it's just empty space.
Are you asking if Becknell would be willing to construct a trail further east of its property line to connect all the way to Tower Road?
Or just have, just within that space, if that is the property, just to benefit the local community, yeah, to have a trail that's connecting, things that can kind of just help that local community too.
The trail that is being discussed that is on the Becknell property
Yeah.
will be open to the public. The public can use it. It's not a private trail.
Okay, I just picture local community members walking around in that space. There's not a lot to do other than that. So I was just wondering if the developer would be interested.
Yeah, they totally could.
Potentially even putting a playground or something that's also beneficial mutually to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I think what you're asking about, Councilmember Chacon, I think you kind of got there, was the pedestrian trail shown and the connection to the Arsenal. Is that a commitment by the applicants? My understanding that yes, they're making that there will be a public access, whatever that is determined at the appropriate entitlement application for the construction of that improvement. Obviously, anything outside of the property's boundaries, particularly for that open space to the north, is city property and open space. So I think generally speaking, they're willing to provide a connection across their property to already existing amenities that we have connections to it. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. What is Becknell Industries' specialty?
So we are a warehouse and distribution user, but we work with multiple different build-to-suit tenants. So really, it's all dependent upon the user. We work with anyone from BMW to Lowe's to Amazon. But really, our specialty is we develop the box, and then we work with our tenants to try and figure out what they need inside of it.
And when you bought the property, were you aware that it wasn't a warehouse, part of the warehouse PUD?
So we were aware that there was the use, not, I guess, the warehousing and distribution use not being allowed there. We felt that with the other projects that were around it, that adding this site to be able to develop it as warehouse and distribution made sense, which is why we pursued it, and then felt that over the time that we have owned it, that it's really become in line with kind of what's being built around there. So hopefully that answers your question, but it was also before my time, so it's a little bit speculation on my part.
And the comp plan made it clear that it had other ideas in mind, and then warehouses. It would appear that warehouses have populated the area. When you do a warehouse, is it a big box? Are there elevations so that it's the bulk is more refined?
Yes, there's actually, Carolyn switched over to the slide that has a mock-up that really isn't developed in terms of landscaping, but I would say that that's pretty similar to what we like to provide on our design of our building. So it has a lot of articulation, both horizontally and vertically, meaning that the building pushes in and out so it doesn't just look like one long wall for 500 feet. We actually try to put as much design aesthetics. We are design build, meaning that we have a lot of architects in-house. So I think that we develop a building that has a little bit more texture and a little bit more going on with it.
You are the last parcel, it would appear, for the View property along the Arsenal. Have you ever considered a restaurant or some other facility on top of the building itself?
That has not been a consideration just because that's not necessarily our business model. It's not to say that it's not something that we could try and entertain, but it's also, like I said, we have connections within the space of industrial and warehouse.
And is there a commitment to not use the road from 88th?
Yes, so that was partially a discussion with staff and also something that we took into account just as we were designing the site. The site plan does show just emergency access. That was required by the fire department, but we aren't proposing to put any trucks onto 88th. We're just proposing to keep them within the rest of the development.
Can that be a condition of the PUD approval amendment?
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you for that question. That's a very good question, Mayor Pro Tem. I think with respect to that, I think the PUD at a much higher level would not show an access point from 88th Avenue to the site, which would then, when it gets to the appropriate entitlement as far as a PUD permit, then the PUD permit would have to effectuate not showing an access point from there for being in accordance or compliance. And that's how you would look at it. So in your PUD zone document, it talks about access points, it talks about points of entry. You would highlight one not being shown off of 88th Avenue for this particular planning area as a way of, lack of better words, commitment that will not be used as a primary access point outside of emergency access, and that would then be, like I said,
I
effectuated.
appreciate that, except they're coming in now for an amendment. So anybody could come back for an amendment in the future to do an access point. And my concern is that there's a school there, there's homes there. I'm on the clock. You can answer when I'm finished, but right now, that's my concern, is that that it could be used otherwise at some point in the future.
And they have the right to make their request at any time in the future to make that change, and it will be up to the city council to make an appropriate decision on whether or not they want to allow that or not. But that is their due right.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members have any questions? I have a question. For this type of operation, what are the hours are going to be set here for?
So at this time, we don't have a tenant selected, so I couldn't tell you about what the hours of operations are right now. I think we're just trying to keep it in line with the rest of the PUD, and that would be our assumption right now until we have a tenant selected.
What's allowed in the PUD? Was there any kind of?
There's no restriction on,
Restrictions.
there's no, special restriction on hours in the PUD. It's
All
just,
right.
The default of whatever is allowed in the city.
Sure. Would this building be geared towards you pushing for, to be automated, for automation?
Yes, if we could. I think that we're pushing as much as we can, but ultimately we really develop around the box, and then we try to bring in as much modern clients and tenants as we can inside the building. But at this time, it's just hard for me to say specifically yes or no because we don't know who the tenant is.
Okay. And I know it's come up about this emergency only route, which I understand. And just because it's part of your presentation here, is it going to be something that's going to be controlled so that if emergency equipment comes in, you can unlock the gate? Is there going to be gated access, or is it going to be a road?
So the intent is for it to be blocked, yes. And then what that gate looks like, I think we'll develop as we talk with staff, whether or not how much of an obstruction it needs to be. But yes, the intent is to ensure that nobody is using it, only emergency vehicles.
Okay, all right. All right, appreciate that. Councilmember Teeter?
Was you ready for a motion? Or is it, we're done with discussion?
No, we're just hearing, so
Oh, okay.
it's the applicant.
Guess I don't have nothing.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We're gonna move on to city planner, Dalton Garrer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dalton Guerra, Senior Planner with the Commerce City Planning Division. So before you is the PUD amendment for Nexus North at DIATC. The request is to amend the PUD to allow warehouse and distribution land uses and eliminate the maximum front yard setback for planning area 3. The red outline is generally the Nexus North at DIATC PUD, but we are focusing strictly on planning area 3 in the northwest corner. You'll notice that it's currently vacant and the surrounding properties are developed with the similar warehouse and distribution land uses. So nothing about the planning area itself is changing except for the land use table and the bulk standards associated with it. So those 3 Rs are changing from NA to R to make those uses by right. It is located in the Den Gateway District per our comprehensive plan. And this character area identifies warehouse and distribution logistics uses as primary land uses. And these uses are benefit from the large land areas, the proximity to the airport, and the easy access to interstates. Further in the comprehensive plan, the economic development framework identifies this as an airport employment area. And similarly, it supports these industrial businesses to build on the existing economic assets and encourage and promote industrial uses near the airport for similar reasons. The second part of the request is to change the maximum front setback from 100 feet to NA. And what that effectively does is just create better site design for the site to allow the building more flexibility to be moved around. This is a conceptual site plan, as mentioned before. We're not quite at the full design stage yet. There will be another application that comes in that gives staff and the applicant a chance to go back and forth on the design. And we'll get a lot more details that are specific to landscaping and the elevations of the building at that time. This was reviewed by all the relevant development review team agencies. I also wanted to point out that that primary access point is to the south on Quintero Street, not on 88th Avenue. There would be on-site detention, and in the future, with that future application, we would get into the details of the site improvements that include the building and the surfacing and the landscaping of the site. So to reiterate some of the considerations, Planning Area 3 is the last vacant property in Nexus North. The other lots around it are already developed with the same land uses that they're requesting. There would be no truck or vehicle access along East 88th Avenue. All the truck traffic and vehicle traffic would go south internally to the PUD that exists today. And then elimination of that front yard setback, as I mentioned before, would just allow for better site design. And there are Nexus North at DIA Tech Center's design standards and guidelines. It's a separate document from the PUD that actually regulates the design of the buildings and the site. Staff received no public comment to this point. Staff does recommend approval of the request, as did the Planning Commission on July 1st with a 5-0 vote to recommend approval to the City Council. And this is the look at the PUD approval criteria. These have been analyzed in the staff report in more detail. I'm happy to go into any of these if by request, but that is the conclusion of my presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. What was the original setback?
It was a maximum setback of 100 feet, which means that the building could not be any further from that south property line than 100 feet. So it wasn't practical for the building of that size to fit on the lot if it had to be 100 feet from the front setback. So the proposal is to eliminate that so that the building can be pushed further north.
Okay, so when you say,
Yeah, can you see my pointer here?
yeah,
Down here to the south. So this is the front property line.
okay,
It's like a little circle because it's a cul-de-sac. So 100 feet's approximately right here.
gotcha.
The building would have had to be there under the current development standards. So the request is to eliminate that requirement so that it can be pushed back further. It just makes for more practical site design.
Okay, but, I mean, that really didn't change the setback because you're just pushing it back further. That was the maximums. Oh, okay, so that was the maximum
Correct.
setback.
Correct,
Okay,
not the
I get
minimum.
it. All
Yeah.
right, sorry for
No,
the
yeah, it's a little confusing, I
bubble
admit.
there. Okay. And I'm concerned about some of these NAs that is there a reason that
Are you discussing the planning area 4, the last row? 'Cause
Yeah.
that is existing already, and planning area 4 is really just for open space, I believe. There's no development in planning area 4.
Okay, and then it has to do with the maximum front setback, and then the others are changed from RA to produce storage and warehousing, retail sales in conjunction with warehouse establishment and warehousing and storage.
Correct. So those are the land
General.
uses they're requesting to be allowed by right now instead of being prohibited.
Okay, and with this request for allowing warehouse, does that prohibit them from looking for tenants that would look for office space?
No, not at all. That's
Not at
all
all?
still allowed, yeah. All they're doing is adding 3 additional land uses that could be developed there. But if in 100 years, for some reason, the site gets redeveloped, it could be an office technically. The land use table would allow that.
So if they wanted to do something like a warehouse cold storage and then to set up like a grocery front with it, that would be acceptable?
Sure.
All right, and right now, are there plans for truck bays as far as the warehouse?
Yes. So under the conceptual site plan, at least at this time, they are all on the south side of the building. And the applicant was alluding to that earlier, mentioning that that's an effort to make sure that there's less impact visually to the neighbors to the northeast. So all the trucks would stay on the south side of the building because that's where the docking bays are. And that's where the access point is to the south.
Okay, and that darker gray area?
Those are the drive aisles.
Yeah. They're the what?
The drive aisles.
I'm sorry, I still couldn't understand what.
The drive aisles, so that is where
Oh,
vehicles
drive
and trucks would be
aisles.
driving
Okay.
on the site.
And where's all this vegetation and everything planned?
We don't have a landscape plan at this point because we don't have a development plan on file. We're just discussing the zoning of the property essentially and the allowed land uses. So we do not have any details outside of this conceptual site plan, which is subject to change in future reviews.
And then where's the proposed walkway for the public?
Yeah, so there's a proposed trail on the north side of the property, spanning east to west, right along the north property line. It's just a label on the site plan at this point, though. We don't have any details on the width or what it'll be made of. That'll all come at a later time.
Okay, and then the other road that's shown, that's the emergency.
Yes, the emergency access road splits the building and the detention pond, going north to south.
And what's the thinking behind having to have an emergency road there? Because it does connect to 88th, and it would be tempting to open that up.
Yeah, the purpose of it is to allow 2 access points to the site, which most fire departments and emergency response units prefer to have 2 access points to one site.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I just want to capture some of the things you said to make sure I'm on the same page. One is that something City Manager Rogers said. Thanks you for explaining this slide here, the conceptual site plan. And what I'm understanding is because this is the conceptual plan, any amendments moving forward outside of the exit point will require a PUD change. But right now, this is what we are looking at. This is what's required, and this is what's going to be moving forward. Is that correct?
No, I just want to clarify. So this image right here is just a conceptual site plan.
Okay.
In many ways, it's irrelevant to the fundamental question that's being asked of council, which is to effectually change the zoning under the PUD zone document that would allow something like this to be permitted.
Okay, so the questions around the access point, everything, it's not relevant right now.
The access point is, and I think what you have to look at is your proposed PUD zone document sheet 3 of 6, which specifies currently the projected both pedestrian and vehicular access points or connection points for the PUD. And it specifies what is allowed conceptually with final alignment to be determined at the appropriate stage of the entitlement application process, being a future application.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate that. I appreciate your expertise on that, City Manager Rogers. And then the other piece, Dalton, as far as the planning commission, this is a 5-0 vote, so it wasn't any, there was no public comments at the planning commission as well, correct?
No, not from the public. There was a clarifying question from one of the commissioners about a proposed public park to the north, which is true, but it's really far north. It's south of 96th. It's not adjacent to this site. It's not just to the north of this site. It's at least a mile north.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is with the setback changes, based on its conceptual plan, which I know, I guess your expertise and your experience, the setbacks in looking at this, it looks like it actually supports better access from the south. Is that what the idea is?
Yes, I would say that eliminating the maximum setback just allows for better site design generally.
Better site design, so that in theory could reduce traffic on 88th, because right now the way this conceptual plan looks, right, in theory it could make sure there's better flow on the south. Is that?
To the south, yes, not on East 88th Avenue. Though.
Not 88th, yeah. So by the setbacks, removing the setbacks, it creates better flow.
To the south, yes.
To the south.
Yeah, internally, the traffic flow would probably be better as a result of there being longer drive aisles and longer queuing lanes if there are any queuing issues in the future.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, City Attorney, if this question is not appropriate, but I guess if you have a site on this case that has better flow and better functionality, when we think about the idea of it being able to be a tenant in it, this is going to help potential economic development or tenant recruitment? Is that, I guess, I'll make sure I'm looking at you, Lee, make sure I can ask.
That is an appropriate question.
It is? All right,
Yes.
gets thumbs up.
Yeah, I would imagine so. That anytime there's more flexibility to place the building where you think it's got the best fit and for the best internal circulation, I imagine that would be a good draw for any prospective tenant.
Okay, so in your experience, outside of making it functional, like this is functionality, it will be vacant land maybe, again, if we don't look at it to be more functional. It would just be vacant.
It's a possibility, yeah. I would say that the land use part of this is more important for that question. If the applicant would have to speak to that more, though. But as I understand it from them, it's really the land use that they're looking for. If they're not able to get this land use approved, there's a potential that it sits vacant for longer, yes.
Okay, and then I guess this is a question for economic development, because I heard 200 jobs, 100, 200 jobs. So without the modifications here, we might not be able to have more jobs in our economy. Is that a leap?
I wouldn't say so, but
all right.
Maybe a better question for economic development.
I think that's a better question asked for the applicant with respect to what's the market conditions and what scenarios play out without the adjustments that are being requested.
Can I ask, I got 16 seconds, can I ask the applicant that, City Manager Rogers? So my question is, without these changes, it runs the risk of not having 100 new employees in Commerce City. Is that correct?
I would say that is correct.
Okay.
Oh, turn your mic on, please.
Apologies about that.
Okay.
I would say that is correct. We've been trying to develop it for 2 years since we've owned it, and it's remained vacant. So we believe that this modification to the PUD would allow us to activate the site and bring in those new jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. You mentioned that the homes are about 900 feet away, the nearest home. What was the radius for notification to homeowners in the area?
Yeah, our standard public hearing notification is about 500 feet radius.
So would that be potentially the reason that no one responded, is that nobody lives within 500 feet?
No, I'm just saying that's the standard practice for the city's notification. What the applicant was describing was their own outreach into the neighborhoods.
Perhaps, could you please tell me what your outreach was?
So our intent was to reach out to about 1,600 feet or more, depending on the property corner. And so it was into the Buffalo Highlands HOA. And so we reached out to members there to try and get some correspondence started, just to be able to say that we didn't bring anything by surprise and we didn't hear anything back.
Okay, and not Second Creek Farm then, which would be further east, I guess.
I would have to go back into exactly which neighborhoods, but I believe that Second Creek Farm, there may have been one or two properties that fell into it, but the majority of it was Buffalo Highlands.
Okay. And what conversations did you have with biomedical, pharmaceutical, scientific, testing laboratories, trade and technical, et cetera?
Meaning what?
You said that you had tried to market the site.
So
what
we-
conversations did you have with those industries which are currently part of the land use for this property?
So we bring everything through brokers, and so they represent tenants that then could say they could be in one of those industries, and we have not heard anything. So it wasn't a specific outreach, it was connecting through our brokers to try and then go to those more advanced manufacturings and more technical industries, but no response.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dalton. I had a question. It was stated earlier on the other presentation on page 5, but we can go here on page 3. So in the corner there, just to the east of the red box and along 88th and Tower, that strip there, that could be a future, yeah, there you go. Right there in the corner, that little yellow box above there, used to be a substation there. So that strip of land there on 88th and that frontage of Tower, that's still left to be developed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But there's no homes between that space?
No, sir. There was one point in time in history where this area where my cursor is, sorry, I don't know if you can see it or not.
All right, yeah, because that's on page 8.
Yeah, this area where my cursor is, though, at one point, there were plans for residential subdivision, but it was found that it was within the noise contours of the airport. And so that land is now owned by the city for open space, and there will be no residential there.
All right, appreciate that. Okay, is there any other council members? Questions? Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I'm just curious on that creek that follows it on the northeast side. Do we have a name for that creek?
I believe that is Second Creek, sir.
That is Second Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Can you tell me where the Capstone Academy is located, Dalton?
Capstone Academy, I believe, is on Chambers and 104th.
Oh,
No.
it is?
I believe they're speaking of the new Capstone Academy.
Yeah.
That's right at the bend of 84th and Telluride.
Oh, my mistake.
That's all right.
I was thinking of Landmark Academy.
You're fine.
That would be that lovely pizza-shaped piece of property to the north of the site. So kind of catty corner to the northeast yep. And then you have Second Creek Farms Park to the north.
Okay, so where the hand just was, that's where Capstone is. Okay, and there's no more residential planned past what there is right now.
That's correct. These lines you see here that indicate the lots that have been subdivided, that is the extent of the residential on the north side of 88th.
Okay, and can you tell me what the lighter gray or whatever color line kind of looks like a lightning bolt? Not the creek, but it looks like a pathway or something. Can you tell me what that is?
In this area here?
No, up.
Further
So
up.
it follows along the back line of the homes. And it's.
Up here?
Nope. Back the other way. Back further.
This way?
A little bit further. That one. Can you tell me what that is?
That is a property line. The property to the west is owned by the city.
Okay. And why is it so wide then?
I am not sure, ma'am.
City Manager Rogers?
So, as part of the Buffalo Highlands development, that is what you call parcel K and parcel L. What you have is Gamma Gulch, which runs east-west, just north of the residential, and what will ultimately run through the Second Creek Neighborhood Park out to the Arsenal. That was an open space dedication to the city. It used to have an old racetrack on that obviously since closed. It was then restored to native conditions for open space, then turned over to the city as part of that development.
Okay. And it's for certain that there's no more residential development other than what's there?
No, ma'am. As City Manager Rogers mentioned, the planning areas and the zoning for these parcels that you're mentioning up north along Second Creek are just for open space. There is no allowance of residential in those areas.
All right, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to point out also that there is a park just above the charter school. That is a city park, community park. And that big block of homes to the right did not receive any notifications because of their distance from the property. And the homes to the just above 88th are just have brand new people, if they have any people in them at all, any homeowners. Interesting. All right, thank you.
All right. See no others, see no other council members want to make any comments, ask questions. I will now invite the public to provide testimony and ask the clerk if anyone from the public signed up to testify in this hearing.
Mayor, we did not get any in-person
Okay.
speakers.
Thank you. All right. I know you don't have any time left. Do you have any rebuttal to the applicant? Okay, thank you. All right. We'll now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance PUD-A 25-0002 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
I move for approval of PUD-A 25-0002.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. I have concerns about adding a warehouse in this area. This is not a high-paying job, and that's what we need, is to have people in those roles to be able to use to be able to buy homes in the area. I think that one of the problems they've had in Nexus is that people who work there other than the bosses don't live in the area, and then they have to get them into the warehouse area somehow. That's been my conversation with some of these warehouses in the Nexus situation. This is supposed to address a unique situation and be an improvement in quality over what could have been accomplished. I don't think it's an improvement in quality, because I just read biomedical, pharmaceutical, other medical manufacturing, scientific, testing laboratories, et cetera. Those are the kinds of high-paying jobs that we need to have in Commerce City in particular. I know that there is some warehousing that is involved as well, but the three additional uses, which are warehousing and storage, that's included, is just doesn't fit criteria C for me. And So for that reason, I would be opposed, as I was previously, but I would be opposed because it does not introduce anything new or useful or unique into the area.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. After seeing this the first time and understanding where home development was to occur, and being part of that council is the reason why we set the restrictions on this property in the first place. Now that it is open back to the arsenal and back to where the old Second Creek Raceway, rather than see it sit vacant and not on a major thoroughfare where it could be utilized for a commercial type use. And with the DIA restrictions because of noise, I am in full support to be able to bring the economic opportunities to our city to create tax revenue and jobs for our community.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes.
I just want to thank the applicant and everyone for the presentations, and I'll be in full support of this. Similar to Councilmember Ford, it is important for us to bring jobs to our community so that we can, in this case, really compete with our surrounding cities. If we don't have opportunities here for high-paying jobs, when I hear high-paying jobs, I look at the clients nationally that you work with. I would argue like working for BMW is probably going to be a high-paying job, right? And especially when I heard you say that you haven't identified the tenant yet. And so the improvements that we're looking at tonight is going to make sure we can attract more tenants to this area. The last piece is I clearly hear the market decides what we can have here. So if we nitpick, I'm not saying we are, but I'm just a blanket statement as a community. If we nitpick what we believe should be placed there, it only sets us back further. It doesn't ensure that this part of the parcel or this land is developed, and it continues to push us back from being able to have more economic development in our city. And I think the other big piece that I'm voting in favor for this is that this saying no to opportunities like this will only exacerbate people wanting to go to other cities, frankly, right? When they go to, we look at Denver, you look at Aurora, they're saying yes to these opportunities. And the unfortunate piece is that the residents that live in Commerce City have to drive to these other places. And so I love to be able to have spaces and opportunities and employment in the city. And this is going to be a big engine for that. So when I look at page 3 and hearing the fact that they haven't identified a tenant and looking at these tenants that are nationwide, I mean, I would argue in U.S. Postal Service, that's a high-paying job. That's a career job that most people want. Lowe's is a career job, and so I refuse to nitpick on what's possible in our city. So I'll be voting yes for the opportunity for us to have more in our city.
Councilmember Kim.
Been pretty quiet the entire time, just listening into what the applicant has to say, what Dalton had to present, and obviously the rest of the council up here. The one thing I'll say is, like, when Garrett and I were out at ICSC, I learned a lot out there too, as far as, you've got your landowner, you got your building developer, you got from the building developer to who then needs to go in and try to market it out, to advertise it out, to find a tenant. It makes sense. What tonight is about is basically just regarding the zoning, just a setback, changing up that maximum setback, right? I hear, and what I'm hearing is all this truck traffic is not going to be on the north side of the building. It'll be on the south side of the building, coming to and in and out. So we're not going to hear that. To Councilmember Duke's point too, I think us nitpicking to say, no, we want you to have a restaurant. No, we want you to have, a 6-figure per employee type of job. They're not even there yet. You got to get the building built. I mean, you got to build it out, and then from that point, they can advertise it. Then they can figure out, finding the right tenants and all that stuff. I get it. So this property sitting vacant for this long, I think it's time that we need to move forward to, again, to build up on that revenue that our city needs or could use. So based on what I read through the actual, the code itself, or what's in our land use application for the PUD criteria, I believe that it does meet it. I think if we're gonna start nitpicking as far as what is unique, there's a lot of different jobs out there that are unique that don't pay high dollar incomes, but they are in a certain specialty to help that. But again, this strictly was straight up a PUD zoning amendment change. That's all it was. They haven't even built the building yet. So the building still has to be built. And then from that point, he'll be able to market it out to figure out, find the right tenants that could fill in those positions. So with that, I will be in full support of this.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Dalton, could you go to page 7, please?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Noble, are you referring to my presentation or the applicant's?
Yes, please, yours. Thank you. Okay, and currently it's PA-3, correct?
That's correct.
So all of those Rs are eligible uses for this property?
That's correct, and this is not an exhaustive list. This is a snapshot of the entire land use table.
So nothing is preventing them from building according to PA-3, correct?
These are allowable uses.
Okay, so those are allowable uses, and they're asking for those 3 in the little cloud.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance PUD-A 25-0002 as seated and approve on first reading. I will ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
PUD-A 25-0002, an ordinance approving the Nexus North at DIA PUD Zone Document Amendment Number 3 to allow warehouse and distribution land uses and reduce maximum front yard setback for Planning Area 3 for the property located at 17010 East 88th Avenue. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-2. All right, on to our next hearing. Before I go to our next hearing, I need a motion and second to extend the automatic time adjournment to 11:30. Councilmember Chacon.
I'll make a motion to extend.
Okay. Well, that was my motion. You second it? Okay. All right. Any discussion? Okay. Motion on the floor is to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-3. All right, up next, Resolution 2025-079, Strata annexation eligibility. Tonight's public hearing is on determining eligibility for Strata annexation. I will remind council the following: only ask questions, gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record. Apply those facts to criteria and the Colorado Revised Statute. We'll invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I refer to the Colorado Revised Statute in your little blue book. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy number CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for the presentation, including any rebuttal. I invite the applicant forward to make the presentation.
The applicant is not present tonight. Staff will be presenting.
All right. Go ahead and carry forward. Thank you.
So this is Heather Vidlock. I'm the planning manager, and with me is Omar Youssef. He's the planner for the case. This is the Estrada annexation. This is the eligibility hearing. So in annexations, they're governed by the state statute.
Can we hold, because Councilmember Kim just left between the hearing? So,
Yes, Mayor, I can go grab him.
okay, thank you.
No, I'm okay. I'll wait till it's my turn to go.
Okay, just so.
My apologies.
Just council, just know, when we start a hearing, public hearing, you gotta make sure you stay for the, appreciate it.
Okay,
All right,
so
we can
this is-
continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is the Estrada annexation, and we're in the eligibility phase of that annexation. Annexations are governed by the state statute, and the first step is already done, which was the substantial compliance. This is the eligibility phase, which does require a public hearing, which is what's happening this evening. We are determining if the land meets the minimum state statute requirements to be annexed into Commerce City. The final step will be the annexation ordinance, which is when you're actually determining whether you want to annex the land into the municipality. So the substantial compliance was approved on August 4th. What's under consideration tonight is the resolution of eligibility for annexation. In the future, you will see the annexation ordinance and the zoning, which is anticipated as being I-1 for this property. This is an aerial site plan of the property. 80th Avenue is to the south side, and what's highlighted in red, this long skinny parcel, is the subject property of the annexation. It's 1.16 acres. These are the criteria in the state statute that regulate annexation eligibility, and this application meets these criteria. Specifically, the 1/6 contiguity, which means that 1/6 of the boundary of the property is contiguous with Commerce City's boundary. There's a community of interest that exists in the proposed area to be urbanized, or the area will be urbanized in the future. It's capable of being integrated into the city. No land is held in identical ownership. No other annexation proceedings have commenced on the property, and it will not result in a detachment of the area from any school district or attachment into the same or another district. The petition meets the requirements of the law, does not extend the municipal boundary more than 3 miles in any direction in any 1 year, and the entire width of any street or alley to be annexed is included with the annexation. So those, again, are the criteria from the state statute. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2025-079, adopting the annexation eligibility findings as outlined in the state statutes. And we're here to answer any questions you might have tonight.
Okay, and then Colorado Revised Statute should be in your back of your packet. Your Okay, council members have any questions for staff? I had a question here, so if you go page number 4, we'll look at the yellow. So what is the yellow? Is that the county? Yellow highlighted
Yeah,
there?
yes, Mayor, the yellow is unincorporated Adams County.
Okay. So then right across the street where Newton, is that Newport, Oneida, Olive Street, are those,
See those?
Commerce City?
These are all incorporated. Yes, those neighborhoods to the south are incorporated.
Okay. It just zigzags over like a step. So Niagara, that's in the county, right?
I can't see it.
Yes.
So Niagara is in the county.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm just looking at that 1-6. All right. Any other council members have questions? Okay. We'll now invite the public to provide testimony. Has anyone signed up online or in person?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, I will close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2025-079. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-079. I'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-079, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation to the City of Commerce City, Colorado of the property generally located at the 6801 East 80th Avenue in case AN 24-0001, known as the Estrada annexation. Your vote is open.
Thank you. I don't know what happened.
I'll reopen the vote, Mayor.
Yeah.
Your vote is open.
Sorry, I pushed them both at the same time.
Oh. You gotta vote again.
Pardon? Again?
All right, passes 8 yeses, is 1 excused absence. Okay, on to resolutions. Resolutions 2025-084, Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. I'm going to invite Jenna Hahn, Director of Public Works, to introduce this item. Here she is.
So hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. We are here tonight for the adoption of our Safety Action Plan. So just a brief overview for you all. A Safety Action Plan is a comprehensive safety plan aimed at reducing and eliminating serious injury and fatal crashes that impact all roadway users.
SIPs use data analysis to characterize and address the most significant issues that cities face. So Commerce City received all funding for the Safety Action Plan through the Federal Highway Administration's Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program. We are working to submit final paperwork for reimbursement for this plan, so we're looking for adoption this month to get our final reimbursement. The resolution adopting the Safety Action Plan has been drafted to be in compliance with all FHWA requirements, and you'll notice that the resolution before you tonight pledges the city's commitment to a 50% reduction in fatal and serious injury crashes on our transportation network by 2050. That is a conservative goal, and we will certainly strive to deliver a higher percentage. The Safety Action Plan last came before you all during the March 24th study session, and the priority areas identified as well as the countermeasures discussed have not changed since that meeting. What has changed since that meeting is that we've started to implement some of the countermeasures that do not require additional funding. So we have begun the strategic shutoff of permissive left turns at key intersections throughout the city. We have purchased a striping machine to train in-house staff to refresh our own lane striping. And we will begin to implement HSIP grant funding to replace faded regulatory signs in 2027. Additional countermeasures will be addressed with future grant funding through FHWA, which we are well positioned to apply for next summer. So with that, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that council has for us.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Great to have the plan and the resolution for the plan. I see that there is a presentation on this item.
There is.
And I have reviewed the presentation. My thinking is that there was going to be a presentation that the community could see about the steps that the city is taking regarding what they've identified as dangerous areas and then what steps they're going to be taking.
Yes, we are certainly happy to have our consultant, Jen Carpenter, with Michael Baker, give that presentation to City Council. It's largely the same presentation from March, but she is online and happy to walk through it if council would like to see that.
I would.
Council okay going forward to presentation? Okay. See no opposition, sure. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I don't need the presentation. I think, yeah, just the opposition. I don't need the presentation. I think ready to vote because we talked about this before. So that's just my opinion.
I will defer to the consensus of council.
Then I would like to make a motion to review the presentation. We don't have the same viewers at study sessions that we do at council meetings, so I think the presentation would be worthwhile to show, especially on a night that we have done the crime report as well. So my motion is to have the presentation.
Okay, motion on the floor. Councilmember Chacon?
I second her motion.
Okay. Any discussion?
All righty, your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, it's a 4-4 tie, so it doesn't pass. All right. Okay, well, since we're not doing the presentation, we'll go with questions. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions for which slide you want? Page?
Yes, what are the streets and intersections that are considered to be the most dangerous, and what is going to be done with them through the Safety Action Plan?
Sure, so I'll just share the priority areas that we've called out in the packet. So we have Highway 2 from Quebec Street to East 96th Avenue, Highway 2 from East 64th Avenue to Quebec Street. We have East 56th Avenue from Holly Street to Quebec, 56th Avenue from Colorado Service Road to Eudora Street. Then we have 104th Avenue from Highway 2 to Chambers, as well as 104th Avenue from Chambers to Tower. Then we have 60th Avenue from Hudson to Monaco, And finally, 72nd Avenue from Hawley to Quebec. And I'll mention that these are just priority areas that through our crash analysis and data, we've identified as the most impactful areas in the city to address, but we will not be limiting the countermeasures to just these priority roadways. Countermeasures that we've identified to be most effective in increasing roadway safety in Commerce City include backplates with retroflective borders. We've actually already started to install backplates throughout the city this year. We're also working on looking at our yellow and red change intervals. That analysis is ongoing by our traffic engineering team. I mentioned the strategic shutoff of permissive left turn movements throughout the city. That analysis is also in progress, and we've shut off several already. We are working to update pedestrian crossing times, again, analysis in progress. We will work to determine appropriate speed limit for all users, including the reduction of speeds based on road geometry and observed traffic challenges. Our ongoing analysis of signal coordination to move vehicles through the roadway network. Regular maintenance of faded signage, which would be that 2027 HSIP grant I mentioned a little while ago. We're looking at upgrading push buttons for pedestrians. We are looking at portable speed feedback signs, as well as lighting upgrades, including LED conversion processes, which are already underway with both of our utility providers. We're looking at changing our signal head configuration to have just one signal head per lane to be less confusing, but additional funding is needed for that. And we're consistently evaluating our school zone speeds and lengths for consistency with best practices. And those are just the key countermeasures, but again, our traffic engineering team will utilize this plan as an ongoing point of reference for years to come.
Thank you very much, Director.
My pleasure.
Much, Director Hahn. That was really important, I think, for the residents to hear that we're doing proactive measures to address some of these dangers in the community that we hear about on a regular basis and see and hear through sirens running through the community
Yes.
too. So thank you very kindly. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yes, when you said eliminate left turns, so that means if we're coming down Quebec Street, we won't be able to turn into our community unless we got a green arrow?
That is correct. We're taking the human error out of it on key intersections, so you will no longer have to sit there and gauge whether or not you can beat an oncoming vehicle.
So at 3 o'clock in the morning, when we're coming home and there's zero traffic on the road, we're gonna have to sit there.
That is correct. That is the best safety practice. But again, that's only at key intersections where traffic data and killed or serious injury crashes dictate that that would be best practice for that location.
Well, you just lost my vote. A little common sense goes a long ways. And when the traffic's down, we got AI working for us now. You think we'd be able to learn how to use it.
Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-084.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I actually wanted to do this before a motion was made, but is there any possibility that we can, like, through peak hours, have it the way it's proposed, but during, like, in the middle of the night, that it would revert to flashing? I mean, and there's times during the daytime, like, between 9:30 and 11:30, that it could still be flashing yellow. I'm just asking if that's a possibility of
Sure,
consideration.
certainly a fair question. So again, we're not doing this at all intersections, just at intersections where we've had serious and fatal crashes, as well as intersections where we observe consistent conflicts with vehicles. But to be frank, no, because that would be confusing for the driver. It's imperative for drivers to know what condition they're facing at each intersection. Again, taking human error out of the equation, rather than having to decide and gauge, okay, is this an opportunity where I am allowed to turn left on a yellow or not?
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Question on that? Thank you very much for coming forward and answering those questions. I know back forward when we had our study session, they were thinking about doing changes between 72nd, on Highway 2 between 72nd and 62nd. Changing where if you're going southbound, it's 2 lanes, but if you're going northbound, you're gonna squeeze it down to 1 with the bike lane. Is that part of that safety?
No, that I believe you're referring to the Highway 2 corridor study discussion.
Yeah, okay, I'm
Yeah,
mixing
yeah,
the
so
two
that's
together.
separate, and a memo will be coming before you all very soon with an update on that project, but that
Okay.
is separate from the safety action
All
plan.
right, I just thought maybe that was part of it too.
Fair question.
Okay, thank you. Councilman T, did you have something?
Yeah, you said on some, just the intersections where we have accidents. So we got a lot of intersections on Quebec Street where people make lefts. And do we have accidents at all of those intersections, or are there some that we could put a flashing yellow light on?
So not all of the intersections that already have flashing yellows are being turned off. It's just based on ongoing analysis by our traffic engineering team to keep roadway users safe. So are there accidents at every intersection? No. But we're also not shutting it off, in bulk. We've been doing it strategically and phasing, as I'm sure you all have seen over the last couple of months. And there are still plenty in place throughout the city.
Well, I just want to make a comment on, if it's a very busy intersection, those flashing yellow lights don't work. I mean, they should be shut off at that hour, but 3 hours later, then they should be turned on for the next 20 hours, or whenever the traffic level's down. I mean, it's common sense. But to a truck driver, I guess, but.
I'll have to defer to our traffic engineering team to make those judgments, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Just a question about Highway 2 and Quebec. A lot of the accidents, I drive it constantly, and most of the accidents that I see are, and one that I was in. When you are southbound on Highway 2, you're approaching Quebec to make a left turn. The left turn lane for spacing isn't long enough. You run out of space, then the cars are in one of the 2 oncoming lanes southbound, and that's where a lot of those accidents occur. Are we going to extend, for safety purposes, the staging lane for left turns off of Highway 2 onto Quebec?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our staff is actively looking at that condition at various locations throughout the city to see if we can extend that left turn pocket, because you're absolutely right. A vehicle moving through lane does not expect to run into a stagnant vehicle. So we are exploring that throughout the city, and if possible, we'll make those changes.
Well, and I noticed that particular intersection, especially in the morning, the cars will be stacked hundreds of feet in the through lane, and it creates a huge problem. And I don't even know if there's enough room on Highway 2 to extend that loading lane for left turns. And so whether it be signage or something else, but most of the conflicts I see at Highway 2 and Quebec aren't due to left turn light situations. It's either the light's not coming on long enough in the morning to alleviate the traffic that's turning left, but that particular intersection, I know there's not enough loading, and I hope that we're looking at some of those things too, not just the non-left turn.
Yeah,
movements.
we absolutely are. And just to make a quick point, when you all see safety concerns like that or have concerns about signals not being timed long enough, you should absolutely let my team know, because while we're continuously monitoring cameras, we can't have eyes everywhere at once. So if you let us know about a point of concern, we can take a look.
Well, any weekday morning between 6 and 8 a.m., check it out, because it's a problem.
Thank you.
you.
Okay. All right, say no more, thank you. Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2025-084. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2025-084, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, approving a comprehensive safety action plan. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 7 votes, 1 no, and 1 excused absence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, on to resolution 2025-142, eminent domain for East 96th Avenue pedestrian underpass. Do any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I just wanted to let my colleagues know that I spoke to the president of the HOA in this area to ask about their position on it, and they are not only aware, but have been working with the city on it. So I've said, as long as you say it's okay, then it's okay with me.
Thank you. All right, I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2025-142. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, so my motion is to approve Resolution 2025-142.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, any more discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2025-142. The clerk read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-142, a resolution authorizing negotiations, purchase, and the exercise of the city's powers of eminent domain to acquire certain real property interests necessary for the East 96th Avenue pedestrian underpass project. Your vote is open. We don't have Councilmember Ford to vote.
Okay, that passes with 7 and 2 absences. All right, next one. Resolution 2025-143, support and home rule authority in lawsuit against state. Do any council members have questions for staff? Need a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2025-143. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Second?
The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2025-143. Will the clerk read the title, take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2025-143, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City is supporting home rule municipalities in litigation against the state and asserting home rule authority over local land use and zoning. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. Okay, on to administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative council business item, emergency unforeseen circumstances, sorry. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. We heard earlier from the community a request to support the homecoming event by contributing an amount of $3,800 for the stage and whatever other equipment they had planned to make their event a success. And so I would like to make a motion to contribute a total of $3,800 to that request.
Okay, that's a motion. Councilmember Chacon.
I'd like to second that motion.
City Attorney Zarzaki.
Thank you, Mayor. So I obviously I heard the public comment. I think I have some concerns about what they're asking for and would like some time for my office to digest what that request is, in particular to ensure that it's meeting the public purpose requirements for expending taxpayer dollars. I can certainly get that answered back to you within the next day, but my recommendation would be to allow my office the opportunity to do that before we appropriate those funds. And I'm sorry, I did not catch when that event is taking place.
It's on October 4th.
October
So we
4th.
won't have another council meeting in time for them to know how to work their budget, I guess.
I thought it was October 12th.
It's the 4th.
The 4th?
Yes.
It was for the 4th, and it was for sound and stage help.
Yeah, it was for the stage, for the band, so they're planning on having a live band. It's Chicano Heat, which is our hometown band. And if you believe that asking for a lesser amount and for them to look for other contributors.
Understood. Would you be willing to revise that motion such that it is a motion to approve the allocation of those funds subject to legal review? That way I could review, confirm, and then you've also given council approval to do so.
Certainly. Is that okay with the seconder?
Councilmember Chacon.
So it'll be, once you review, that'll be approved?
Correct. If the motion was approved here, make it subject to city attorney's office review to make sure that we are acting accordingly with that allocation of public dollars.
Of course, please.
Okay. All right, got a first and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, I have a discussion point here. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the bond in the mill passed, and I know they're using funds to purchase, what is it? Uniforms, I mean, other items as well, so for us to allocate those funds over, I'm not against it, I guess I'm just trying to understand that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense there.
I believe with the community members along with some of the administration at the high school who oversee the homecoming events are asking this as a contribution so they can make it more of a community event, so that they can have music throughout the day. And I am absolutely sure it's not to pay the band, that this is for equipment use only.
Councilmember Kim?
I'd definitely be in favor of it as long as it's under legal review for sure, just to make sure that we're not potentially misappropriating. That's all.
Yeah, yes, and just not to belabor the point, but, a big part of our sponsorship policy, right, is to ensure that the city is getting a benefit. So typically for sponsorships, the city gets a table for representation, to have participation, et cetera. This is slightly different because there is no, I need to do the analysis, but I'm not hearing that there's any benefit apportioned to the city. It was simply a request for allocation of city dollars to a school district event.
And I don't believe that they have any qualms about making sure that the community knows that there was a contribution from the city for the stage. But again, they came up and asked because it was last minute, and we could make it a smaller contribution. I was surprised that it was $3,800, to be honest with you, but That's what the request was from the podium, so.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to help support Adams 14 for entertainment stays at price of $2,700. I'm just clarifying, $2,700 with the caveat that the city attorney's office will look at the legal requirements around spending those type of funds. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. You know, I actually was communicating with Councilmember Douglas saying, hey, are you going to bring this motion? Because, of course, we want to help the school district. But now that the attorney has spoke up, I'm concerned that we're a separate taxing entity. And we take in different taxes for different services to be provided to the community. I am just having a hard time understanding why the school district wouldn't be taking care of this for the kids on their side, because that's what they do. Also, in the past, we've had our plow trucks haul the football team and other benefits through, homecoming. And so, I want to make sure we aren't crossing that line too. But I don't see the city going to the school district or the fire department or the water district asking them to help us sponsor events. So I'm a little bit, I'd like to know what that balance is so that we're staying within our lanes on using taxpayers' money to sponsor something that is with a different entity that takes on their own taxes. So I'm looking forward to what City Attorney Zarzeki finds out, and will you please communicate that to the rest of us when you do find out?
Absolutely. There have been discussions about bringing forward a sponsorship policy and a sponsorship agreement for council to discuss amongst yourselves, to approve for this exact reason, to make sure that you all have the understanding of the right parameters of what you can and should not be expending funds for.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I welcome when we get those too. My assumption is, just to Councilmember Kim, is normally for the mill levy, it's for their immediate resources while they're in school. So this isn't an extracurricular activity. But given this is also, these students are a disproportionately impacted community. We only have 2 school districts. So I'm just kind of, again, trying to also find the balance. I'm fine with it being a lesser amount, maybe half the amount, just something that we can help them fundraise. But I still think to some degree, because they are a public school district, we're still responsible to at least try to help support these type of benefits, because we do support other tournaments, so many other things that not all of us partake in.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would appreciate some policy direction on this. Is it possible to do a quick special meeting at the study session next week to address it after the city attorney has an opportunity to look at it? It just came before us sort of irregularly. The person who spoke said that he had been talking to people on staff, but we don't know who he's been talking to because no one is identifying themselves as that person. Something in writing would be helpful as to what their needs are and how they're doing it. I've been on the city council now for 6 years, and this is the first time Adams 14 has come forward, or Adams City High School has come forward to ask for help with a stage. So it's not like they normally do this. I'm a little unclear. I'm more than happy to help, but a little unclear. And if it requires being a slightly smaller amount, that would be fine too. But if we could postpone this to Monday and slip in a special meeting in order to be able to vote on it and address it, I would appreciate this. Appreciate it. I don't feel like I have quite enough information.
Councilmember Douglas.
Well, from what I got from the initial phone call that I got was somebody who was relaying information from Larry Lovato, who was the lead of the Chicano Heat, and they're trying to do something extra special for the homecoming event to make it more of a community event. And I asked what the dollar amount was, and I said, well, you know, it's too late to do a notice council business. I said, so really the only way you can do it is to come in and make the request in citizens or public comment, citizens communication, whatever you'd like to call it. And they did not have a dollar amount for me, and the only thing that they had expressed was that this was something that Chicano Heat wanted to do for the school district to make their homecoming event very special. But like I said, I could certainly see a smaller amount being contributed, and they could find more money somewhere else. I don't know if having an answer by Monday should be enough time. So yeah.
City Manager Rogers?
Just for your awareness, right now, we're slated to end at 10:10. You have a special meeting for the URA that's going to be called for an item that you've had come before you at public comment. And then you have a housing needs assessment update, joint planning commission meeting. That's slated for an hour and a half. 96th Avenue project update, and then 120 Avenue widening project.
So, I'm sorry, do you have that list? You said it's something from public comment for URA?
So that is a request to transfer property.
Okay.
To the Housing Authority from Del West. That requires URA approval.
Yeah.
They had spoken to you before, and that had also come up during council comment. And then you have, under the study session, 3 items: housing needs assessment, 96th Avenue project update, and 120th Avenue widening project discussion. All slated to end at 10:10 Monday. We can still add a special meeting. It will be a longer night, no different than the night, but just making you aware of what we have on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councilmember T, did you have something?
Yeah, I was beginning to think my light wasn't working.
Well, you just pushed it. I just saw it.
Oh, okay. I would request that we do a cumulative study and see exactly how much money have we donated to School District 14 this year. Because I think it's quite a bit more than what everybody else is thinking. And I know that just by looking at the average donation that we give is $2,500. And with the exception of Denver's Boys and Girls Club, we give them a little bit more. But the rest of the people that we normally donate to is 25 or less. So it would be interesting to know exactly how much we are donating to that. And us as a council is, maybe we need to be looking at how much we should be donating to one organization, since we are a city council and not a school district.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Yes, I do know that we do have some agreements with the school district on use of ball fields and things of that nature. And I don't know if there's anything within those agreements that the reciprocal side of things, so that we're trying to balance what they give us, what we give them.
Right now, we have it's depending on scheduling and programming, but we have the ability for first right of refusal for facilities that we have that the school district may want to use. Now, once again, we only have that agreement in place with 27J. We do not have that agreement in place with Item 14.
We don't.
So, but I can confirm to do that. Most recently, it's been with the construction of new ball fields and amenities, both either from schools and or from the city, it's been primarily 27J, but it's really to look at the spoken and unspoken agreement of how we will be utilizing those facilities based on scheduling that comes up throughout that year.
I'm bringing it up, trying to find a way to make this work. Until we have that information, if we're voting tonight, I'll vote against it. I'm good to do the special meeting. Should only take a few minutes next Monday, and I'll wait for the attorney's advice.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. We got a motion on the floor and a second.
I have an amendment.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
My amendment is to move the item to a special meeting on Monday, the 22nd.
Is there a second? Councilmember Chacon?
I'll second.
Do you accept my amendment?
Is that
Okay,
amendment or
we
friendly?
don't,
Are you amending or is that friendly amendment?
yeah, I'm amending her motion.
Okay, so you're amending, not a friendly amendment.
Right. She accepted the amendment.
It was a friendly amendment, so there's no need to vote on the amendment. So the amendment on the floor, the primary motion on the floor is to, and correct me if I am misstating this, there's a lot of discussion, to move forward with this discussion in a special meeting next Monday, in particular, to make the determination of whether it's legally permissible to allocate funds to Adams 14 in the amount of $3,800. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's at 37, but,
As a result of the public comment that we heard this evening.
okay. All right, thank you. Push your button. You?
So but that makes it that it has to be 3,800. So what can I add to it? So if it's a lesser amount, that would be agreeable.
It's a great question. That'll just bring it as the agenda item on
All right.
the special meeting, and then we can have,
Okay.
council can have that conversation and amend
I just
accordingly.
want to make sure that that's possible.
It's a great question.
Okay, thank you.
Council, make sure you push your button so I know you want to talk. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're ready. Thank you, Brittany.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it's 8 with 1 excused absence. Thank you, everybody. Okay, any other council members have an emergency or unforeseen circumstances? Okay, we're going to Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. Erin Veltakis, who lives in East Point, is one of the written public comments tonight. Does staff read those when they come in by chance?
Yes.
Okay, great. He's asking about trucks detouring down Walden, particularly semis. And it's because East Point is right there by 96th. So they're avoiding Tower Road, the clog up on Tower Road, by using Walden. They're making right turns at the light at 104th probably, and then going down to 96th or vice versa, or turning left on Walden and going up to 104th. I wanted to let Mr. Valtakis know that tomorrow at my, you may recall that City Manager Rogers had asked us to reach out to CDOT And I did reach out to CDOT. So we're having a meeting with them, with a representative tomorrow. And I will bring that up to them tomorrow about the semis. I think the person we're talking to has an idea about what could possibly be done about that. And so I think that will be useful. He also mentioned 112th and questioned why we don't have a better plan about making use of 112th by putting in a Bison Ridge Recreation Center, but then not having an access point from Chambers all the way over to Highway 2. And I thought he made a really good point. He has actually worked in municipal government for a lot of years. He just doesn't work in this community. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. On to report, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have really two things to share with you all tonight. This Sunday from noon to 5, we have our Celebrate Hispanic Heritage event, which will be an afternoon full of culture, music, and community in the heart of Commerce City at 72nd and Monaco, within our streets there in the Derby neighborhood. Also, upcoming next week, we have our Speak Up Commerce City Thursday, September 25, from 5:30 to 7:30 at Bison Ridge Rec Center. And then anecdotally speaking around shopping carts, you know, we are coming out of our first week. Within that first week, we have issued around 30+ citations, and we're continuing to monitor that. What we are seeing is less shopping carts and conversion into more of your wagons being used within public spaces, which is what we assumed would just organically occur with the adoption and the enforcement of the new ordinance. But we are continuing to make work on that. And then lastly, in recognition of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, the CWB team partnered with the Prostate Condition Education Council to host our first free men's health screening at Anythink Library. We had 43 participants screen for prostate-specific antigen levels, checking for glucose and other things associated. So just wanted to share that as my update.
Thank you. Any question for City Manager Rogers? All right. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Rogers, thanks for the update. Could you give us an update on two items? One is the radar detector van or the Jeep that we appropriated for last year for the safety action or the Safe Streets Initiative. And then the other update is around the traffic light on 105th. I know we wait in back order, just where we're at with those two things.
So 105th traffic signals, I signed off on the contract this morning for procurement of the poles. So that'll be taking the next step of getting those ordered to get those delivered. Timeline for those to be delivered is still to be determined, but we've been able to get through the contractual process with being able to get to the ordering of that. And then with the radar speed van, we're anticipating December or January before we have it. It's with the outfitter, and it will take the outfitter between now and then to be able to get it to meet the specifications.
Thank you for that. Just follow-up question. When we think about radar detector vans, do we have to think about appropriating it, or budget's almost closed now, but I'm just surprised at how long it takes, right? So if we want multiple vans, we got to start having a conversation early January for 27? Is that what you're seeing now?
I think what I don't want to speak haphazardly. What I would like to do is see what was the entirety of the process. Part of it was contractual. Part of it was also being able to work through CDOT in order to ensure that we're able to leverage some of this, as well as then the delivery of that specific vehicle and then the outfitter with being able to ensure that we have the appropriate equipment. So I'll have a better sense if you would like to ask me at our next regular meeting about what was the actual true length of time, and that will then be, I think a consideration piece. I think the other aspect that I'll have to have a conversation with legal on is what do we currently have as the specified limitations within our AVIS agreement about what we can and cannot have, and whether or not we would have to amend that as well to be able to add beyond what we have. So there's a couple of pieces that play into that.
Okay. And I have one more question. It's about the tags. So thinking about the car theft prevention. I know we got a grant. We had opportunities to make sure we had some tags. We're at in that process.
We have the grant for the tags. We're able to purchase that. Part of that's primary responsibility. He didn't say it inherently, but that will be done as part of the real-time crime center. Will be the monitoring of those tags. So we have to get the butts and chairs, which will then allow for the tags and then the activation of that program.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, follow up to what Councilmember Dukes was asking. Was there, please help me refresh my memory here, Heartland and Chambers, was there plans for a light there as well?
There is.
And where's the status of that one?
Still going through the design process.
And then what about the one, I think there were some discussions surrounding Chambers 117.
Same position as far as design.
Copy that. And then what's the next steps after that? And when's the anticipation for execution?
It would be procurement. So, design for wire span, if you're looking at it in the scalability of what we did for 105th and Chambers, that takes somewhere between 4 to 6 months. Could be on the longer end of 8, depending on the complexities of the intersection that you have to span. And then after that, you're probably looking for another 3 or 4 months in just the procurement process because of bids. Depending on, given the cost for the lights, right? There will have to be a formal request for bid process in order for us to go through that.
Okay. And then the other part too, regarding widening of Chambers, has there already started, I'm assuming has discussions with neighbors along that stretch of road for the 4-lane that where potentially I think we'd have to expand out? Has the neighbors on Chambers have already been taking place, or?
There's been some engagement up to the point where staff provided you an update, I believe 2 or 3 months ago. I'd have to check on that specific date. But since then, we have been more focused on continuing through the design process and the right-of-way acquisition based off of the dollars that we have appropriated, both from congressional direct spending, but as well as the existing budget that we have in the 4.1. So I can't speak to what is the anticipated engagement from here to the end of the year into the Q1, but that is something we can circle back to the council with.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Question about the clubhouse, where we're at with that contract.
I think I shared it again last Monday, Mayor, that the contract's already been approved. We're working through now the finalization of the design.
Okay. Is it
So,
60%?
I don't believe I'm going to have an update for you for a while until we get something from the consultant, the contractors. We're working through that. But as soon as we do, I will make sure to share that with the council.
Okay, and so as far as that goes, we don't have to worry about the price going up, correct?
No, sir. We have gone out for requests for bids. You all have approved the contract for that vendor contractor in order to move that forward project within the budgeted amount.
Okay, and I know the discussion for the evaluation of 112th, as far as analysis, when is that going to come forward?
We were anticipating bringing that back in the October timeframe. I have not gotten the most recent update, but can share that with council once I have more information.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Following up on the 105th and Chambers light, in August of last year, we did get a notice that there was an intent to execute a contract and to proceed by November. What happened that made it delay to almost a year later?
Delay in, I would say, in being able to procure the materials that were on back order. I know that was shared when we had provided our updates as well.
So you have a contract with someone, you said?
Correct. But we were working through procuring the materials, and the materials have either been on back order, delay, and we've been working through also then the second step of procuring the light poles, which have been a part of the process as well. So a lot of this has been not necessarily a delay by staff, but just working through construction realities of the markets that we have and the delays in the markets, unfortunately.
Yeah. So we will be asking for those other 2 lights fairly quickly then, so, because it might take a year before they go in also?
Yeah, so we're hoping that we can turn fairly quickly once we've got a final design. Which will need an appropriation request, because the line item that we would typically use for traffic signals is probably below what we anticipate. That we will have a better sense of cost when we get through on the other side of the design, but we're assuming something that's going to be around $750,000 to $970,000 each for both of those lights.
Is that in the budget that we are approving for 2026?
No, ma'am. Given that we don't have a projected dollar amount, what we would do, which will more than likely come at the end of Q4, beginning of Q1, or beginning of Q1 in 2026, we would do a budget appropriation from the unassigned to be able to cover those 2 items once we have a better sense of what that cost estimate is.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, City Attorney Zarzaki.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of items. You all will be seeing a couple of proposed ordinance. One of them, council gave direction this evening on, which is the solicitation ordinance. Additionally, as a result of the increased enforcement of the shopping cart ordinance and the camping ban, I've identified an issue with our surplus ordinance that I think warrants an amendment, and that is being worked on by our team and will be before all of you, likely on consent with a communication explanation of what that is in the upcoming weeks. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our City Attorney? All right. Okay, on to reports. Do any council members wish to make any reports? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that, just want to let everybody know that I will be out of country on the 22nd to the 29th. So I will not have access to email, not have access to phone and all that. Just wanted to make sure that the rest of council is aware, as I've already notified city manager. Sorry, I forgot to CC you, but also the mayor. That's all.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kim. Have fun. Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Ford.
I wanted to bring up the homeless thing again, just because I get hammered by my constituents. Derby, there's, I know now several of the businesses have filed or placed no trespass orders on some of these folks that are detouring customers. And then also on Facebook, I'm seeing the stuff down here by the old City Hall, School District Administration Building, our rec center, the park, and how our public property is being trashed. And, it's okay to be homeless. It's not okay to be destructive and leave all this garbage behind. And I know we're constantly citing our residents for code violations. These situations that I'm seeing both in person and on Facebook are much worse than code violations. Nobody would want that by their home or their business. And so I've talked to the city manager. I talked to him again about it today. I just feel that it's appropriate because it's such a concern in our community to residents that I have to bring it up during a council meeting so that they know that we're addressing the situation. But the one over here by Eagle Creek or Eagle Point, they're moving from, they have 7 days here, they're moving over here for 7 days, they're moving back for 7 days. I don't know how we get the message across. It's okay to be homeless. Just don't trash the area. and make yourself a nuisance to the residents, because it becomes a real conflict for us in our position, because we want to keep our residents happy and safe and their property values up. And it is really a factor. And I know with Denver changing some of their rules, it has made it worse for us. I don't know where we're at with the county. I don't know what other jurisdictions are doing, but I'd like to continue to do what we can do, not just to help them and offer services. The downside is most of these people that I'm seeing don't want services. They just want to be left alone. But leaving them alone is negatively impacting others. So if staff can continue to look at ways to deal with that problem. And then, most importantly, I want to say happy birthday to Councilwoman Douglas here, and to a very good friend of mine who his birthday is tomorrow, City Manager Rogers. Happy birthday.
And happy birthday.
Thank you very much, and happy
No.
birthday, Councilmember Kim.
Councilmember Kim, I didn't know you had one coming up.
Turn 65.
Good for you.
Oh, okay. That's what the gray hair's for, I see. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to share with everyone highlights of a tour I took with the Downtown Colorado Inc. group of Superior, Louisville, Lafayette, and Erie on URA and economic development. Superior's new downtown is very similar to Victory Crossing proposals or Northeast Commerce City's potential. Lafayette's public road redevelopment is similar to Derby. Terrence Ware was on the tour as well. The biggest takeaway was negotiate to ensure amenities are in place first. That's what Superior did for their major project. Local developers who have pride in their communities display it in their projects. And the speakers in each of those towns were impressive, as were their projects. And a planner who wrote his capstone about why Derby never materialized had his own view about what's happened there and what is next. This was in the CML newsletter. So I registered and turned out to be the only elected official on the tour, along with URA people and economic development and planners and so forth. It was actually really a fascinating experience talking with everyone. So it's worth reading the CML newsletter now that it's coming out online.
Thank you. All right, anybody else?
One more thing, I'm going to City Manager Rogers send it out to everyone tomorrow. I have all their flyers.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes, did you have anything?
I'm sorry, it's not resetting. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's not resetting, but I would love if we have a copy of that, why Derby didn't materialize, that'll be a great capstone. I'd love to read as well. Just want a couple things. Want to piggyback on Councilmember Ford, and this is something City Manager Rogers we talked about around just unhoused and the encampments. I feel like we've provided all the tools, and we love just to make sure that this is a proactive approach, because I think to Councilmember Ford's point, some of the images are pretty bad and pretty disturbing, and I know your team's working on it, so just love to continue to see more in that area. The other piece I wanted to, and I also sent an email to CDOT as well to talk through some of these encampments are underneath the CDOT bridges. And so some of the things that I'm hoping to respond to get back to is that, you know, everyone has to do their part to really help contribute to making sure our city is beautiful, and people have places to go. Living under a bridge is not sanitary, it's not safe, and it's going to create a lot of problems down the line. Last, I want to just give a shout out to Maria Gonzalez. Maria Gonzalez has been a longtime member of our community. She runs Organization Elegante, and she was recognized as one of the most powerful women, top 25 women from the Colorado Women's Chamber of Commerce of the state of Colorado. I think it's important that we recognize any success within our city, and this is a resident who has been active for many years, and I just want to give her a shout out for the hard work and success that she's had and the brightness that she's brought to Commerce City just with her business, but also with this recognition. With that, I want to yield my time.
Councilmember Gibbs. Councilmember Chacon.
I wanted to invite other council members if they would like to join. Next week, I'm going to be meeting with Adams County Health Department and the Colorado Village, I believe, with Cuica Montoya for exactly talking about houseless relative concerns and just ways that we can start really trying to look at this transformatively. There were some things that I believe they contacted all the council members, and I was one of the few that responded. So if anyone else would like to join those meetings, I would like to find a way, because I think it's going to honestly worsen with a lot of Denver's new policies and a lot of ways that they're going to be kind of eliminating houseless initiatives in their city. One thing that I did see as a promising note was being able to look at maybe possibly old hotels and motels. It was cheaper to renovate those than oftentimes to just put sites up. So maybe starting to have those conversations, but I really welcome other council members if you would like to meet with them as well, to reach out. I'll ask them to email you as well again, but just to see how we could be more transformative and supportive, because I do agree. It's one thing to have for resources, but it's another thing to start really endangering our other community members as well with sanitary issues, so many other issues that happen there as well. So I just wanted to throw that one out there.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see, last week on the 9th, myself and Councilmember Douglas and Mayor Pro Tem Noble were invited to Frontier Village 3 HOA. They had some questions about the city as far as, I'd say speed, all right, talked about speed bumps, talked about code enforcement, and a number of other things they addressed and our question, and we, to the best of our ability, answered those questions. And also gave a rundown of the new website the city has, and then how they can also seek information for themselves. So they're very happy that we attended. September 10th, I had an online meeting with Go Rail. Talked about the U.S. House Rail Subcommittee, where they're going as far as regulations, the FRA. One individual brought up maybe trying to move freight off of Highway 85 corridor, and moving it more east. I'd like to see how that's going to happen. Also on the 11th, E470, we had a meeting, and it had to do with the level of service that E470 wants to continue to provide. Update on the Sable Boulevard interchange. Let's see, they started this project in 2022. And when this is done, we'll be able to take 120 to Sable instead of going all the way down to Highway 85 and going over another railroad in order to get to E470. So that really should help everybody out. And then September 12th was the Dr. Cog Regional Decarbonization meeting. And they're starting to work with all the communities, municipalities that apply for those funds for decarbonization. City Manager Rogers, have we been part of that process as far as the application and receiving those funds? I think it's like $1.2 million.
Sorry, sir, I was having a sidebar with the city attorney. Can you restate that?
For Dr. Cog Regional Decarbonization Program, they're starting to go through the process with all the municipalities and counties.
I can't speak to it at this time of night. I'd have to get back to you, Mayor.
All right. It's, I believe it's like $1.2 million. So I'll send the information over to you. Let's see. I think there was one thing for Saturday. Bless you. Oh, I know Councilmember Tito, did you attend the fishing frenzy on Saturday? Okay. And then also was the spaghetti dinner Saturday. Did any council members participate in the spaghetti dinner? Donated money, okay. Donation, okay. Very successful. They also had a little bit of information for the community on that half-cent tax. So that is all I have. All right, no further business. It's 11:26. You have 4 minutes back. Have fun on your trip, Craig.